Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to some more OSU Catch World Cup 2025 edition. We are into the finals weekend. What an exciting time. Second to last weekend. This time we'll be determining who gets to stay in the winner's bracket for that grand finals match and who the remaining two teams are going to be. Obviously, one of them between the United States and Argentina, and then the other four teams fighting for that last spot. We've got an incredible match here in the losers bracket, Finland versus France, and I will be one of your commentators, Toad Daddy, joined here by Elex. How's it going?
It's going. Finals weekend is upon us. Just this weekend and one more in CWC is all wrapped up, and we have to wait an entire year for the next one. But until that happens, we have a match in front of us, Finland versus France. The winner of this will be going on to face Chile, who unfortunately, due to an Italian FF, as a couple players were not able to show up for their match, would be moving on.
Well, never like to see that, but
real life over fruit fetching.
Yeah, we're not gonna place blame on anyone or try to pressure anyone into doing something that they can't make time for real life. But otherwise, we'll be figuring out who is going to be facing Chile. Like you said, Finland versus France. Finland coming out of the winner's bracket last weekend, having to face Argentina. Not the most fun opponent to go up against. France fighting through the losers bracket from pretty early on in this tournament, so making their way into the finals weekend after a tough journey. And we're getting started. Rolls come in, bans come out. Finland going ahead and banning that DT1, and France taking out Hidden 2.
France banning Hidden 2. Honestly, I'm not surprised. It's definitely a step up in difficulty from last week's Hidden 2, and it has its own challenges, and there's a few spots that's super easy to chain miss where your score can just extremely tank. And with Finland banning Double Time 1, you have Electro and Teo to worry about, and France's third player, whoever that would be for Double Time 1. So, understandable bans coming across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. But a pick coming up pretty immediately. Looks like France has their game plan ready to go. Nomod won an early pick for this. The 9.5 star Nomod won here. Maybe a little overrated, but nothing to worry about there. But 4 minutes of 290 BPM consistency, a few streams and bursts throughout it, but this is all just going to be a massive consistency test at a pretty high speed. And I think in this case, France is banking on their high physicality compared to potentially what Finland's capable of, because if this was a couple rounds earlier, this would be a really risky pick, and I'd be confused as to why they're going for it right out the gate.
Definitely. I would be confused as well, but here in the finals pool, these maps that were initially coin flippy in previous rounds start to be more like, hey, this is looking like we can definitely win this pick.
Yeah, definitely something you can be a little bit more confident in as we get into the first difficult patterns of the map, some anti-flow, and largely just a lot of jumps, but we do see 2 early breaks coming out of France, and Finland holding strong, everyone getting up to 200 combo, and at the 3rd break from France already is going to give Finland a 3 full combos to 0 advantage and 45,000 points out of the gate.
And although those breaks were extremely early in on the map, it is worth noting that all those breaks, as we see a double miss again coming from France as both their players get back up to 200, and Fidi dropping, those misses from France were past the 200 combo mark, so that gave Finland full advantage there.
Yeah, and still just the one break from BB, Leno, and Kaguya holding on strong with the double S's so far. The 290 BPM not catching them off guard at all, as Titobus actually finds a drop as well, and France continuing to have some issues finding any kind of consistency through this map, with Electro also matching that miss, while the two full combos still stay intact on Finland's side.
France is really struggling with consistency. Salefa also missing there shortly after Teo and Electro, Titobus and Electro, as some of you who may not know Titobus' name. But Salefa dropping again, and Finland's already at 160k lead here within a third of the map. And that's actually really significant when it comes to Nomod 1 standards.
Yeah, there's a lot of nodes in this map, and you see Leno and Kaguya hitting the 1,000 combo mark, and we're not even halfway through the map yet. So the large note count is, well, now we see 2 misses, but the large miss count is going to give them a lot of buffer room. Whereas on like a shorter like Nomod 2 type map, you normally see 172,000 as like 6 to 7, somewhere around that number of misses. In a map like this, it's probably closer to like 12 to 15, just because of how high the note count is.
Definitely, and there's an extreme amount of dense sections, like right there, for example, as we see Kaguya, Lino dropping there and Titobus dropping. Slightly favoring France, but they have a lot of work ahead of them as Salefa drops.
Yeah, they were able to get some bonuses just from Finland starting to have some issues now, but VD doing what they need to hold on to that Finnish lead. But more misses going Finland's way, especially in that big hyper chain. VD still holding on to the combo, but it's dropped from about 170,000 to 120,000 going into the last quarter. And we've got a break. Both teams can see who's in the lead. France knows they need to stay consistent in this ending in order to have a chance, but they need to hope for some misses from Finland here.
Yeah, Finland knows they need a hold, but it's not the end of the world if they get a miss or two. They do see they have that score buffer, as we see Titobus dropping slightly after the break ended. Lino, Titobus dropping. Lino again trading, so that score is going to slightly go back down to 120k, but there's not much map left.
Yeah, would need Finland to basically fall apart at this point as we get into the outro section of the map, where the regular patterns of the map, just the large 290 BPM jumps come around, and Zalefa going to be the break, as well as Titobus, as Finland looking like they're going to be able to take an early break point on this Nomod 1.
And huge props to Feedy, only having that 5 miss. See that decent chuck super early in the map. Other than that, a nearly perfect performance from them. 994k.
Yeah, that's absurd for a finals map. Unfortunate that they didn't get the full combo, but it was more than enough to propel Finland to a break point and give Finland the opportunity to consolidate a lead here very early in the match.
And with that break point, it makes you wonder what Finland might want to choose.
Yeah, there's not really anything that quite has the same style as Nomod 1. You could almost think like a hard rock one could come out if they're feeling that confident on this type of map. But this week's hard rock one is so different. It has some really difficult patterns, but we are going to see actually Nomod 4 there. So the convert coming out as Finland's first pick here.
And especially with Finland getting that break point, they are, at least as long as their initial picks that they were planning go their way, they are given at least one chance of being like, we don't necessarily do super good on this map, but at the same time we could pop off, so let's choose this. They are afforded that opportunity now.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a little bit of wiggle room in the match. We do see Jonsku actually coming in to swap in for Finland there. Titobus swapping out as well. We'll see who ends up coming in to replace Titobus. Actually, on a convert, I don't know if I would expect anyone but Titobus to just come back in. I will also mention that this is kind of a scary pick. France has performed quite well on the converts in the previous pools. Even if they haven't been picking them themselves, it has been a point where France has been very, very good at taking breakpoints on them.
And speaking of France, we're just waiting for that last player to come in. Surely it will be Titobus, and they're practicing that convert.
Yeah, that's the expectation. Just
you would
getting an
expect
idea of what's
Titobus
happening.
coming in. And on the Finnish side, we have one substitution. Leno being subbed out by Jonsku, and Hollow is gonna be coming in for side of France.
So
Not
no
Titobus.
Titobus. An interesting decision there, maybe just a difference in comfort on this convert. This one certainly pushing the envelope a little bit from at least compared to previous converts, has some really tough spacing with some of the streams, and a kind of funny wiggle towards the end with a hyper wiggle that's could catch people off guard, but we've seen a few of those in previous rounds already, so just a point to look out for as a potential choke area.
BD just wanting to take their sweet time loading in, making us wait.
There we go. Got everyone in.
No dramatic suspense or something.
We do see an early break from Zalefa, so France starting off on the back foot a little bit yet again on this convert pick. This time it is Finland's pick, but we are seeing a lot of breaks across the board. Everyone's full combo already gone. A triple miss on both sides, which is going to slightly favor... Okay, it's just going back and forth now. I was going to say it was slightly favoring Finland, but France does take a small lead after a full team break on Finland's side yet again. And about 11,000 points of built-up combo now, just from Electro making it to the 200 combo mark before the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, Kaguya going to be finding another drop while his teammates getting up to that 200 combo mark. So it's going to be 2 combos to 3 right now, favoring France. That score is going to continue slightly building, but we're already a quarter of the way through. If Kaguya's not able to find a footing, traded by Hollow there, then Finland's going to be looking kind of come the later portion of the map.
Yeah, almost similar to what we saw from the previous pick, but we do see a double miss from France, and that's going to start shrinking the lead a lot as Jonsku and BD are approaching 500 combo now. Kaguya is going to trade one of those misses back, but it still does favor Finland just a little bit, though France is going to hold on to the lead 4 now off of that miss.
BD Hollow trading misses. Kaguya Electro trading misses. It's only Jonsku for Zalefa with combo. Jonsku falls. Zalefa is holding on to combo, hitting that hyper wiggle. Still maintaining that above 200.
Absolutely, and everyone's starting to find misses. Electro and Zalefa staying strong. Jonsku trying to recover as well, but France taking a big advantage out of that now, as they have 2 combos just about at 200, and everyone can see what is with the breaks in these maps. These map pool selectors have been masochistic in a way, just by putting these small breaks. I know this is a convert, and they can't necessarily control that, but it's been so common, and I can't imagine the blood pressure spike that comes from seeing that.
Hollow dropping.
Yeah.
Ooh, Zalefa drops. That
Double
one's
break
a bit
from-
huge.
Yeah, double break from France. No one on Finland missing. VD, though, going to trade that out just there. Kaguya going to trade the other one out, so it's just Jonsku and Electro. And Finland having a rough time building up combo with those bottom 2 players. Electro and Zalefa Zalefa recovering, Electro staying strong with that combo as we get into the ending of this. This still very close. We've seen leads like this swing already in this match very quickly as everyone tries to build up the combo on these cross-screen jumps. Streams come around and no one wanting to break. Zalefa is going to be that break. Hollow finding a break as well, and that lead starts to shrink really fast. And these streams
Finland
come
gonna
in.
be able to flip it.
Oh, another double
Zalefa
miss.
drop.
Jonsku trades
Jonsku
one.
trades. Feedy's holding on. Feedy's holding on.
Feedy held on and got the lead for Finland.
A triple miss from France at the end just instantly caused that score to flip over to the Finnish player's side.
Oh my goodness. What a performance right at the end there. Holding on strong through the ending just enough to pull Finland back in and avoid giving a breakpoint right back to France.
Oh man. France was about to steal a breakpoint back, but nope. Triple miss right at the end. Feedy able to hold on throughout the entire ending. Propelled Finland to be able to snatch a point from the jaws of defeat on that map.
Yeah, and now France's pick, they are going to go with their tactical timeout. So going to give themselves some breathing room. Not an ideal situation to have to use it this early in the match, but with what's already happened, I'm not surprised to see it come out. They're going to need to get themselves back in and get their bearings about them again. Losing that Nomod 1 as handily as they did, and then choking away that Nomod 4 right at the end is not going to leave a good taste in France's mouth.
No, not at all. We saw the timeout coming in. And makes you wonder if trying to figure out pick orders, trying to figure out possible hardware connection issues.
Yeah, I'm thinking that there has to be some kind of strategy change at this point already, like at least in the heads of France, because the Nomod 1 immediately tells me that France wanted to use a physical advantage they had over Finland, which already has been proven that Finland can keep up more than maybe they expected them to be able to with France's high physicality players. So you kind of got to decide what you're going to do after this to take advantage of what you can. Now, if I was in France's shoes, obviously I probably wouldn't be taking any strategy that requires like heavy physicality over something else. But if you look at previous round performances, France has been one of the best mixed mod teams in the tournament so far. And that includes in semifinals where they were performing extremely well on them. So I could see them moving in that direction. I could also see them going with DT because it's clear that Finland is pretty uncomfortable with DT given the DT1 ban.
Yeah, the entire board, except for the two Nomods and the bans, of course, is completely open to France, and perhaps this timeout was also a way to stop any possible momentum coming from the side of Finland as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Despite the fact that it's a timeout there, it's certainly helping France. It does give Finland that same timeout to think about everything that's going on and make sure that their wits are about them, I suppose.
Kind of slows down that hype a little bit of going, hey, we just got 2 back-to-back points against France.
Yeah, certainly the blood pressure is going to be spiking a little bit, especially if they weren't necessarily expecting to take France's first pick. I imagine they were pretty excited, and this is definitely going to help calm them down a little bit. But as I mentioned, France, one of the best mixed mod teams in the tournament, goes with mixed mod 2. This is going to be the mod heavy mixed mod, the low AR, high CS. So it's going to be difficult on both Hard Rock and Hidden here.
And we see Johnsku being subbed out, Leno coming back in. And again, waiting for that third player for France to come in. Electro, Salefa sitting there.
This time it has to be Titobus for the Hard Rock, right?
Surely it would be Titobus for the Hard Rock. You would assume so, at least.
Yeah, you'd expect Titobus coming in for the Hard Rock, then probably Electro on Hidden and Zalefa Nomad. Maybe swap the Hidden and Nomads.
Maybe. I can definitely see Electro being more of on the Hidden than Salefa here.
But again,
Ooh, it's going to be
Pitsua
Pitsua.
coming in. Pitsua likely coming in for the Hard Rock there.
Kaguya, Fetty, and Leno first Pitsua, Electro, and Celefa here. And this is starting to get not completely a must-win point, but we're starting to get into those. France must get their points here soon. Otherwise, Finland's going to start running away with it.
Yeah, you really don't want to give up another breakpoint here, because already being one breakpoint behind means you need to take one of Finland's picks later in the match if you just want to take a tiebreaker. Losing another one of your own picks increases the amount of Finnish picks that you need to win, and being down 3-0 is going to be a large tower to look up at, a big wall in front of you, especially since it would be Finland's pick right after that, and they could consolidate their lead even further to a 4-0 lead and make that make their position in this match look even more daunting.
The Fetty, Leno, and Electro just dropping there all in the beginning. Fetty and Electro just trading misses in that hidden slot. Pitsua dropping as well. So it's only going to be Kaguya and Celefa with full combo on the board. Leno getting back up to 200 combo. And this map is just brutal on the hidden players if you're not used to it. This is actually an AR edit of this map, which makes it even more difficult for the hidden players.
Do you see a miss from Kaguya there on the Hard Rock? So last full combo is Zalefa. France having a little bit of that combo advantage, especially with another miss from Kaguya there, and the lead is going to go over to France, though Electro going to trade that miss back as Leno, despite the early misses, was able to recover quite well and start matching Zalefa on that Nomod. But Pitsua putting up a great performance on Hard Rock so far, helping nullify Kaguya's score and even take some advantage out of that as France takes just about a 20,000 point lead halfway through the map. Oh, and in the break, 2 misses from Finland. Vidi and Kaguya both finding drops, and that is going to only give France even more of a cushion here.
A cushion indeed they have. Almost 80,000 points as for 2/3 of the way through on this pick. Celefa is just playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, even with Nomod, these patterns, not the easiest. Pitsua dropping on that wiggle pattern on Hard Rock, Electro right after as well. Going to stem the bleeding a little bit, but Kaguya and Vidi both do trade that, so France going to continue maintaining that lead. Though a big miss from Pitsua is going to start shrinking that lead. Electro finding a miss and some consistency on Finland.
Shrinking.
That lead shrinking really fast. It's already down to 30,000.
Oh no,
Pitsua
dropped again.
with another break.
Oh no!
And everyone on Finland holding. It's shrinking. It's going to Finland again. Right at the end. Leno and Vidi holding onto the combo as it goes to Finland's favor. In the last few patterns, Pitsua and Electro not able to find anything. Traded once by Leno and Vidi, but Kaguya holding onto the Hard Rock is enough. And Finland again takes it right at the end.
Oh my god. Leno and Fetty were just able to hold. They did their job at the end. They were able to hold. Who cares if they missed at the end? That entire series that they were able to hold allowed it to flip over to their side. At the end, once again, just like Nomod 4.
I can't. I mean, what do you do? France is backed into a corner.
Celefa even full comboed as well.
That's not a bad score at all from Electro. It's the lowest in the lobby, but Hidden is ridiculous on that.
Especially with that being an AR edit.
Vidi coming in with a strong score on Hidden and just able to help nullify the full combo on the Nomod there from Zalefa. Just such an unfortunate break for France.
And yeah, Finland has to be extremely ecstatic. Not only did you breakpoint France on Nomod 1, you breakpoint them on Mixmod 2 as well.
Yeah, and oh geez, this is a rough situation for France.
This is rough for France.
Finland's pick now. They have a bunch to go with. They won a Mixmod pick against France. They have won both of the Nomods. They have both of the the remaining ones available, could see a Nomod 3 coming out.
And we will see a Nomod 3 coming out.
Seems very similar to that Mixed Mod 2, but it's like a nice happy medium between the Nomod 4 and Mixed Mod 2. Just everyone's playing Nomod in this case.
Yeah, we are now in must-win territory for France. France needs to start ramping up those breakpoints in their favor here. And the time to start is now. Seeing no substitutions on the side of Finland. 2 possible substitutions coming in on the side of France. Electro moving up to that number 1 slot.
Yeah, we are seeing 2 swap outs. Is this the time for T-Tobas to come back in? I'm not sure. But France has been kind of swapping out some players, but they need to find something here. They really need to find something here. This is a must-win at this point. You're 2 breakpoints behind, and there's only so many opportunities that they're going to get to take breakpoints back. And if you go down 4-0, that is going to be a difficult wall to climb.
It already is a difficult wall to climb. You're down 3-0, you have to get 2 breakpoints. Any more than that, and winning is just going to seem like a distant memory.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a tough situation. Zalefa coming back in, as expected, low-ish approach rate. Only AR9, but, still low enough that it could be uncomfortable for some players. Electro and Zalefa going to stay in from that Mixed Mod 2, which makes sense. Pitsua also going to be staying in from the Mixed Mod, so they just left the lobby, came back in. Looks like we're actually going to get no swap outs from either team.
Interesting. Perhaps Zalefa and Pitsua just dipping out, playing it, getting their eyes adjusted from the AR-10 and the 8.2 that they both respectively had to play, getting readjusted to that approach rate of 9. But Toph, I don't think anyone was going to be predicting a scoreline like this midway through the match.
Yeah, I
think Pick'ems are being decimated once again.
Certainly. I don't know. I think people thought this was going to be close. I don't think people thought this was going to be this in favor of Finland this early in the match.
Leno dropping in this double section early on. Pitsua, Leno trading.
Pitsua going to find a couple more misses. Kaguya going to trade that one, though. So 1 full combo apiece. Speedy and Electro fighting for the full combo, though. Zalefa with the early break is just off of a full combo. So got the reverse choke for it. Going to favor France just a little bit on this pick.
Yeah, we see Zalefa getting up to 200 combo. Electro, Fetty holding on to that full combo, each respectively for their teams. Pitsua dropping, Leno trading it. So score is going to stay over in France's favor for now.
He's going to drop, so it's going to give even more of a lead. We still do see the full... Oh, actually, the full combo actually drops from Finland. Didn't even realize that was that. So Electro, well, not anymore.
Ooh.
That pattern is going to find Zalefa and Electro off guard. That actually puts Finland in a little bit of a combo advantage, but Leno going to drop their combo and help France maintain the lead. Traded by Electro, though, and it's going to stay about the same at around 17,000.
Yeah, ever so slightly favoring Finland, even more so with that drop from Pitsua. And that score, as long as all the Finnish players are able to hold on, is going to be flipping.
Yeah,
Betty up to 200 combo. Zalefa back up to 200 combo. Kaguya dropping as Electro gets up to 200, so that score flips back over in France. And this has been a flippy-floppy map.
Yeah, Leno and Zalefa actually going to find a traded miss there. Pitsua gets up to 200 alongside Electro. So just 1 big combo versus 2 for France. 13,000 points of lead as we get into this big spacing section. And Pitsua is going to break that combo, give Finland the lead right back. Trade between Kaguya and Zalefa maintains a small combo lead for Finland at the moment. But a double miss from Finland, and no combos left. Electro, the only big combo left on the board, is going to stem the bleeding and potentially give a little bit of lead back to France as Pitsua and Leno also trade. And we are stuck at about 10,000 points. Big Stack comes in. 200 combo for Zalefa. Pitsua going to find a break, though, as Leno starts to build up more. 2 combos to 2 still. Barely in favor of Finland at the moment. And these are some tough stacks to get. No one finding any issues as combo starts to build back up. And France losing opportunities. Zalefa going to break that combo as Finland stays strong in this ending. Kaguya, though, gonna break that one.
Traded with Pitsua, though. And that score is just continuing to ramp up in Finland's favor.
And there's not much that can happen. 2 combos above
Kaguya
200.
dropping, but
that's going to be 1 drop, but that's not the important
there's not really
ones.
any map left for anything to happen.
Yeah, and despite Electro with an absolutely amazing score and Kaguya missing again at the end, the lead's going to shrink a little bit, but not enough time for France to come back, and the situation has gotten even worse. 4-0 in favor of Finland. France, without a timeout, has to go into their next pick, and they have to pick well here. They need to get a point here, or else things are only going to get more and more difficult to deal with.
They need to get a point. They need to get 4 points here. Because as long as Finland's able to trade point for point, Finland's going to win.
2 breakpoints behind. It doesn't sound like a lot. It doesn't sound like a lot.
It's a lot in these stages.
It is.
When you have players this high of skill level, 2-point breakpoints is a large ask.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention that 2 breakpoints behind also doesn't even mention France has lost both of their own picks. They need to find something that they can pick and win before the breakpoints even matter.
Maybe go into double time? You haven't tried double time yet? You haven't tried hard rock yet? Maybe something along that route?
I'm a little surprised that they haven't seen DT come out, though. It's hard to decide what you would want to go with. The physical pick did not go super well with them in Nomod 1, so you almost don't want to see Nomod, or you almost don't want to see DT2 or DT3 in that case. But DT4, been a popular pick for France, and is a little bit more gimmicky, so it makes sense that they would want to go for something like this.
Yeah, it definitely plays a lot different than any other map that has been played so far in this match. And maybe that's what France is banking on a little bit.
Potentially. We see Finland swapping one of their players out. Vidi and Kaguya staying in for now. Electro and Zalefa staying in. Another situation where you'd expect T-Tobus to come in, but weirder things have happened this match so far.
Jansku coming in. Waiting to see who that third will be for France. There will be Hollow, Pitsua, maybe even T-Topus might come back in. From the looks of things, France has really been hurting without T-Tobus.
Yeah, absolutely. Just waiting for that third player on France to come back in, though.
Man, 4-0.
It's
4-0. I was not expecting this coming in to cast this match. I was expecting, we might get a break point on both sides, be like 2-2, 3-2. But no, I did not expect 4-0, let alone 4-0 in Finland's favor. And it's going to be Pitsua coming back in on side of France to round out that third slot for them.
Yeah, so continuing to not see T-Tobus in the lobby for this one.
And will the double time 4 gamble pay off for France here?
It's going to have to.
It's going to have to if they want to come back and be able to stay alive in this match.
And here we go. Vidi with an early break. Zalefa going to trade that. Pitsua and Electro also both trading it as Jansku and Kaguya are holding on. No one on France holding any combo. in this
Electro,
intro.
another triple miss on the side of France in this intro. Meanwhile, you have two Finnish players, Kaguya and Jansku, above 200 combo.
Yeah, awkward patterns, catching everyone on France off guard a little bit in that intro. Jansku and Kaguya holding strong. BD is going to break, but that is traded a little later by Pitsua, and a 60,000 point lead this early into this map is not going to look very good for France.
That lead's just going to continue growing. Pitsua just not having a fun time at all. Being traded by Fetty, but another triple miss on the side of France, while Kaguya and Jansku are at 500 combo each. And the double time 4 pick for France is starting to backfire. Kaguya finally losing that full combo. Jansku the only one with a full combo in the lobby, but that miss from Kaguya got traded by Pitsua.
Yeah, and now it's 2 combos to 2 players on each side above 200 combo. Electro and Jansku going to trade. Kaguya going to find a miss as well, so France going to be able to find something out of this, though. Zalefa and BD trading. Pitsua was going to be the only one able to hold on through that section, but does find a miss. These dashes, not really precise requirements there, but it is catching France off guard significantly more than Finland, and this is already almost looking out of reach. We're only halfway through the map, but 150,000
another triple
points.
miss on the side of France.
Yeah, Kaguya
dropping. Luckily, it's
a trade. It's a trade.
It's a trade, but
so it's not going to increase the lead, but it is not doing anything to help France get back into this.
No, it is not by any means. We see that score kind of being stationary around the 140, 150k mark. Just now ever so slightly increasing in Finland's favor even more, and only a quarter of the map left, and yeah, France just needs to hold here on out and just pray that all 3 Finnish players just start collapsing. There's 2-1 right now, but
that's a good 3-2. Electro the only player to hold combo, but we have another one of these really tough hyper sections as Zalefa and Pitsua struggling. Jansku the only player now able to hold on. Same thing happened in the earlier section, though. They do find a miss there, but even then, that's just a triple miss for a triple miss, and consistently finding breaks all across the board, and that only favors Finland.
Yeah, and the double time 4 gamble did not pay off for France, and Finland find themselves now with 3-point break points in their favor.
Yeah, now shaping up almost to be a sweep. Finland with an opportunity to take it to match point on with their own pick here. And they kind of have everything to go for.
They really do. I mean,
I think I'd avoid the other 2 DTs if I was Finland, just because I know that they don't. It seems like they're not super comfortable on them, and those 2 are much more physically have much more physical requirement. But you have the hidden pool, which France banned hidden 2, so you've got I think hidden 1 wouldn't be a bad pick in this case. There's 1 Nomod left, but that is more of a physical gambit. It's very technical, and I don't know if that's going to be Finland's game plan at this point. And you have the full Hard Rock pool as well, plus the mix mods that you won one of the picks on. Could definitely see a mix mod 3 coming out.
The entire board is just open for them.
Yeah, top 2 is for me in this case for Finland. Hidden 1, mix mod 3. I think those are the 2 picks that are screaming at me, but they have a lot that they can go for here.
Definitely. And if I was on Finnish team, I'm going, okay, they haven't had T-Topus come in. They've definitely been looking a lot weaker when it comes to more stuff like hard rock and having that one of those players replacing T-Topus coming in. We saw on Mixed Mod. We saw on Mixed Mod 2 where it was decent, but is France able to field 3 Hard Rock players that would be able to keep up with Finland?
Ooh, but we won't have to find out. We're gonna see Mixed Mod 1. Another situation where we would normally see, I think, T-Topus, but it seems like something has been kind of keeping T-Topus off the board for France, and especially if they only need 1 Hard Rock player in this case.
Yeah, a completely different map here than what Mixed Mod 2 was. Completely different. Mixed Mod 2 relied a lot more on the on the hidden players popping off. This map,
this one,
not so much. This map is more. It's not as
more
heavily reliant. Yeah, it's not heavily as reliant on the hidden players popping off here.
Yeah, not just that, but it's much more comfortable, like mod-wise in general. So you can. This is the kind of map where you could see like a hidden player or a Hard Rock player carrying your team. Whereas on Mixed Mod 2 is more like you're almost just trying to stop the hidden Hard Rock players from tanking scores too much, right? Just because of how difficult the mods are on a map like that.
Same with a bit of what I've seen out of Hard Rock on Mixed Mod 3 as well. But let's see.
Pitsua likely in for the Hard Rock, Electro Hidden, Zalefa, Nomod, same as we saw on Mixed Mod. Leno, Nomod, VD, Hidden, Kaguya, Hard Rock. I think these are the same exact teams we saw on Mixed Mod 2.
Same exact teams, yeah. Same exact players, same exact lineup.
But we'll have to see if the difference in map type is going to help France, because, I mean, this is Finland's pick. This is an opportunity to kind of start coming back in the match, but given how the rest of the maps go, they're going to have to do something here. They're going to need to find some way to keep themselves within this match, and a breakpoint here would be a great way to start that. But Finland has been looking very strong so far.
Ooh, Pitsua going to be dropping early on here, so that's going to give advantage to Finland.
And that's going to be a double
trading.
break.
Oh. Yeah,
so
Zalefa trading with his teammates, double break.
Yeah, trading with his teammate. Triple full combo still holding strong for Finland at the moment. Electro matching the full combos as well. VD going to trade one of those misses back and going to be a little bit more impactful score-wise because it was after 200 combo compared to where Pitsua was. Kaguya and Pitsua going to trade, so France going to keep themselves in this. Leno and Electro, the only two full combos left on the board. And Zalefa doing a good job recovering that combo, helping France stay in this, but everyone's starting to build up. Kaguya going to miss as Pitsua tries to build up to that 200 combo. And another miss from Kaguya might just start giving this over to France as Pitsua is able to hold strong in his technical section, and France does take the lead out of it.
Ooh,
but that's a double miss.
Yeah, a double miss on the side of France is just going to have that lead swing straight back over to the Finnish player's side. Leno finally dropping, Kaguya dropping. Only Fetty and Electro with combo in this lobby right now.
Yeah, and that's going to favor France a little bit, but Pitsua not able to get through that section. Finland going to take a small lead halfway through this map. And we get a wiggle pattern, a double miss from Finland, traded only once by Pitsua, and France going to get a little bit of a lead out of it. Kaguya finishing the triple miss. Pitsua the only one to drop on France, and France looking very good right now.
Yeah, halfway through, France is starting to mount a small comeback in this map. Kaguya dropping right before he's able to get back up to 200 combo, and for the first time this match, France is on the opposite end. Every break moment so far, they've seen that Finland's been ahead, but this time France sees that they're ahead.
Absolutely, and they see Electro with the full combo. That consistency looking incredible on this map on Hidden. We mentioned the Hidden players and Hard Rock players could be the carries. Kaguya going to find a miss, and Electro's full combo proving to be a huge difference maker, but they do find a miss, and that's a double miss on both sides, actually. So it's just VD and Zalefa holding onto the combo, but Pitsua finding a few more breaks than Finland, and that lead is going to slightly shrink in this last quarter, though Kaguya trading it back is going to help France maintain the lead.
Pitsua drops.
VD drops. Leno and Electro the last two with combo in this section, and that's going to favor France at the moment. Any section. Yes, Leno did find a drop, finding more. Electro, the carry performance. Last two patterns of the map as a 93,000 point score lead starts to give France a little bit of hope. And it looks like they may just take one of the 3 breakpoints they needed back.
Indeed they will. There's not any map left for Finland to be able to steal any points. This one is not flipping at the end, everyone. France is going to steal 1 breakpoint back. It is going to be their pick. And is this perhaps the start of a comeback being mounted?
Could see it. That opens the door for a bunch of picks that are available for France here. It opens Nomod 2. It opens Hard Rock 3. Well, Hard Rock 3 is a tough choice to make, especially if Tito's is having issues getting into the lobby and feeling comfortable playing. Hidden 3 is potential. I know France did ban Hidden 2, but Hidden 3 is available for that kind of style. Mixed Mod 3 is also still available. So a lot more has opened up.
France is still going to need a miracle, however, to come back. That is still quite a mountain to climb. Despite getting 1 breakpoint back, they're still down 4 points. They're still down 2 breakpoints. And it's not impossible, it's just improbable.
Certainly not. Still need 2 breakpoints, but that pick itself shows that France can take the breakpoint.
It shows there is possibility there. Electro heavily stepped up in that Mixed Mod 1, only getting 4 misses. Just completely dominating that.
And DT3 actually going to be the pick, so going with one of the speedier picks in the pool.
Okay. And neither team wanting to dip into that hidden nor that hard rock pool yet.
Yeah, regular
France,
mods.
I can kind of see why they're not wanting to go into that hard rock. I'm surprised that Finland hasn't tried pushing into it yet.
Maybe just a comfort thing at that point.
Maybe.
That said, I also don't know, like, especially with the result on Mixed Mod 1 there, I don't know how strong a pick any of the Hard Rocks would be outside of maybe Hard Rock 1.
Yeah.
The Hard Rock 2 and the Hard Rock 3, I think, are off the table for Finland in that case.
Yeah, I was more looking at questioning why Finland wouldn't have gone into it after that Mixed Mod 2, but seeing that Mixed Mod 1 is kind of a bit more understandable.
Yeah, absolutely. But France gonna hedge their bets on the DT3 here, dipping back into the pool. That DT4 didn't go super well for them, but this a much different map, a much better CS, easier to, or doesn't require as much of that precision. A little bit of a high AR, but these players, we're in finals. These players can read AR 10.3. That's not an issue. Just about holding on through the density.
Let's see, will France be able to start a comeback being mounted? Electro being the only player opting to choose hidden out of the players in for this double time 3. It's Lefa with an early miss.
Lena going to trade that back. They're going to be more impactful for Lena, but Pitsua going to trade that. Kaguya finding a miss as well. Just Electro and VD getting the 200 early, and France getting a big lead just off of those misses from Finland, though it's kind of a double miss, but VD breaking the combo, Electro trading that back, and this is just about even.
No more full combos on the board. That miss from Electro there flips that score over to the Finnish player's side. 30k and mounting, now shrinking.
Yeah, double miss. Finland. Leno finding multiple misses there, as well as all of France holds on to combos. Alefa trading one of those misses back, as VD and Kaguya both find breaks. Pitsua does as well, and the only combo here is Electro, but that's a lot of misses right in a row
just
on that stack.
All across the board from both sides just coming in. Score now instantly swinging back over into Finland's favor. Slightly above 50k.
Misses. See a couple misses, but Electro and Kaguya matching each other there. That's going to favor Finland as Alefa finds more breaks. VD trading one of them. Pitsua, though, finding the break as well. Leno and VD double breaking for Finland. That lead starting to shrink a little bit. Leno with more, and it's getting smaller as France starts to find some footing here in this last quarter. Kaguya bringing the big combo, and France...
Electro trades it, though.
Electro
to Alefa. Double miss on the side of Finland. Hold on. Pitsua trade. Triple miss.
Oh, but it's not enough time.
No, it's not enough. Oh, if that triple miss came in
notes.
like one or two more notes, that flips over in favor of France. But instead, Finland
tragic.
At the end of, again, another map being decided at the very end. And Finland forces the match point with their pick nonetheless.
And there's still 2 mod pools that haven't been picked from, one of which France banned a map in. They still have the hidden 1 and hidden 3 available to them. I think mixed mod's off the table now. I wouldn't go for Nomod 2. I wouldn't go for DT2 either. That was a little close for comfort. I think the real picks right now for Finland left in this match is hidden 1 and hidden 3. I think hidden 1 is slightly better.
And with Mixed Mod 3, you have to seeing how Electro performed on Mixed Mod 1, you gotta wonder, okay, would we be able to field a player who can match Electro?
Yeah,
and would you be able to field a Hard Rock player who can match Pitsua?
Right, because in this situation, you got to think, like, Mixed Mod 1, they're going to have Electro available for the Hidden and Pitsua for the Hard Rock, who are both very good mod players. For Hidden 1, Electro's going to be there and is going to be very good. But Finland, I think the next three, like, those 3 players for Finland and the last 2 for France, you'd imagine Finland should have a bit of an advantage over the other 2 French players. Especially since they banned him too.
Yeah, definitely. And it is going to be Hidden 3, so they finally dip into the Hidden pool with Hidden 3. The Connor map. So, big ass coming here with the second and third players. You assume that each side is going to be able to at least have their top players match. But this could possibly be the last map of the match.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's reverse sweep or France is eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
And starting a reverse sweep from 6-1 down, my goodness, you don't see that too often.
You really don't.
Though. I remember a big fun example of it was U.S.-Poland in like 2018's O2 World Cup. That happened. So it's always possible, but it's a tough ask.
Mm-hmm. But have we seen it happen in this late of stages in CWC though?
That's the real question. And you get to these finals pools, and the skill gaps start to become more apparent when the difficulty of the map pools get to where they are right now. Basically, your average star rating, or at least difficulty rating, being like that 7 to 8 star area, and that's where it gets really difficult to start shrinking the gaps between players.
As we see Dr. making his first appearance of the match, coming in, the Hidden player for France coming in on Hidden, no less.
Kaguya, BD, Leno, the tried and true 3 for Finland. Sometimes Jonsku comes in for some of those DTs and some of the more gimmicky maps, but this has been the big 3 for Finland so far, and looking to use these 3 yet again, trying to close out the match and bring them to a top 4. A top 4 placement minimum, wanting to go face Chile to try and make it into the top 3, but France needs to hold on. Last opportunity for them to crush the hopes and dreams of Finland, but they need a reverse sweep to do it.
And this is not a fun map by any means to play with Hidden. Core dropping early on.
Intro, not catching anyone, but is it .core or is it Doctor?
He changed his name before registrations. It was .core, but now it's Doctor.
Okay, so .core. Early break, Lena with a break as well. BD trading that both after 200 combos, so France going to take quite a nice lead out of that.
And Kaguya dropping no full combos anymore on the side of Finland.
Yeah, that's going to be 2 full combos staying alive for France at the moment. Electro was the expected one. Zalefa finally finding the break on that full combo. And Doctor and Zalefa both finding some real issues with that double hypersection. Kaguya finding a break.
Kaguya trading there, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, Electro finally breaks.
Ooh, that's a rough one,
that
especially
hurts. Leno drops.
But BD holding on to the big combo, though. The consistent breaks from Kaguya here are keeping France with the lead a little bit, but Electro with the break. Double miss from Finland, and this is
no combos on the side of France.
It's just VD now.
Electro, .core dropping. Triple miss on the side of France. Vidi drops. And none of the French players are able to find a footing here.
Yeah, Leno was finding some. Kaguya now, the champion for Finland at the moment, as VD and Leno are having some trouble holding onto the combo. Kaguya finally dropping, but establishing an 80,000 point lead. Now Zalefa trying to build up that combo. does find a break, but shrunk the lead just a little bit, and no one's finding any combo in this. It does look like a slight combo advantage for France as misses are continuing to come out from the Finnish players. But VD now yet again
miss on the side of France. Yeah, Fetty being the only one holding on to any combo in the lobby right now, actually. Electro dropping, Leno trying to get back up to 200 combo, but only...
A few more misses for Finland there. And a double break from Finland as well, though Dakor is going to trade that back alongside to the left. But it's just the two combos at the top holding on to the lead as Finland tries to maintain it. Just about 96,000 points, and VD just might be able to do it on their own.
Yeah, so far so good. Only a small bit of the map left to go, and unless we see a complete Finnish collapse and France just popping off here at the end, I don't think it's going to flip.
We do see VD breaking, but Electro trades it right
and
away.
That's pretty much going to seal the deal.
It certainly will. The lead does shrink quite a bit at the end. Went from about 100,000 to 60,000, but not nearly enough time and not enough consistency from France.
Finland is going to beat France and move on, though.
Yeah, what a performance from Finland there. That
Very
was
convincingly, too.
That was a really, really good match there by Finland. France falling short a little bit. Not quite as close as I think a lot of people were expecting it to be, but for Finland, they are going to be moving on in the losers bracket. They're going to guarantee a top 4 finish in the Oshiketch World Cup 2025 with a chance to make it to top 3 as they go on to face Chile in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and if Pick'ems haven't been decimated already, Toph, they're completely destroyed now. I will be surprised if anyone had Finland winning 7-1 against France.
Yeah, there's always a couple matches that
There's always a couple. And at the same time, there's always a couple people who do get that prediction correct as well.
Yeah, so a shakeup in the Pick'ems leaderboards, a shakeup in the tournament in general. Finland moving on to face Chile, like I mentioned. We've only got 2 more matches left in this finals weekend. It'll be Finland versus Chile tomorrow at 17 UTC, and then immediately after it, or I guess probably during it, given what I expect to happen in that match, we'll have USA versus Argentina for the winners bracket, determining who gets to move on to winners grand finals and who will face the winner between Finland and Chile in losers grand finals.
2 extreme banger matches coming up, happening tomorrow. Unfortunate that we don't get to see the Italy versus Chile match, but real life expectations, real life responsibilities, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do? But aside from that, that's going to finish it off for our Saturday of the finals weekend. Do you have anything left to say before we take about a 24-hour break to wait until a little bit more than that to wait for Finland versus Chile?
And good luck to all the players remaining here. I'm especially looking forward to see that Finland-Chile result. I want to see who breaks into the top 3 between the 2 of them.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I think Chile has made top 3. I don't know if Finland has.
Not sure either.
One way or another, it's going to be really exciting.
It's going to be a good match.
Yeah, we hope to see you guys here for the last 2 matches of finals, setting up our grand finals weekend. We'll see you guys there.
Stop trying.
Alrighty, everybody. Hello and welcome back to some more OC Catch World Cup 2025. We're back with some more finals action. We've got our last losers bracket match of the weekend and the match to determine our final top three finisher, our last podium finisher between Finland and Chile, our number 6 and number 9 seeds. I am Toph Daddy for this match, one of your commentators, joined by Snow Leopard. How's it going?
Hello. It's going great. It's going to be another banger match, as we have been seeing in these last few stages. So I'm excited. Finland has been kind of popping off, and Chile definitely doing really well as well.
Yeah, unfortunate to see Italy not be able to make it to the finals weekend, but Chile still a well-deserved spot here in the top 4 matchup. Finland, I think against everyone's expectations, able to really put a number on France in the previous matchup and showing that they are not here to mess around.
Yeah, That was an incredible result from Finland against France.
But as mentioned, this is going to be the top 3 matchup. Loser will get 4th place in the tournament. Winner will move on to the grand finals weekend to face off against either the United States or Argentina. Has not been decided yet. That match will be coming up in an hour at 18 UTC. So we'll get the results pretty quickly once everything kind of shakes out. But I'm expecting a pretty close matchup here between Finland and Chile.
Yeah, I don't know who to put my prediction on. Honestly, this one could go the distance for sure. We're gonna see first ban coming in from Finland. Gonna be double time 1, and then Nomod 3 for Chile.
Yeah, Chile's been banning Nomod 3 this whole tournament, so not a surprise to see that come out from them. And Finland been picking it all tournament, so kind of have two sides of the same coin. Makes sense for Chile to get rid of that. DT, on the other hand, definitely one of Chile's favored picks. Just in general, they've been very, very strong on the DTs and have been picking it quite a bit. So not surprised to see DT1 go. That was also Finland's ban against France. So continuing the trends from the previous match.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Finland, they are definitely a fan of those gimmick picks. So Nomad 3 ban makes a ton of sense against them. But still plenty of funky maps to be played. So they got some options still.
Yeah, that Nomad 4 is kind of staring me in the face. I expect Finland to kind of go in that direction just like they did in their previous matchup. But Nomad 3, unfortunately, not going to be able to be one of the picks from Finland, so they're going to have to go elsewhere after that Nomad 4. Chile, on the other hand, could definitely see DT coming out here. Chile, also a very strong hidden team. They've been going for that. And as I say that, they do open up with the hidden 1.
Got the Crowley pick, my beloved. But yeah, it's hidden 1. It's going to be fairly standard as far as the hiddens go. AR9, nothing funky there. 3 minutes long. I would say consistency, but it's got a little bit of a swing rhythm, and it's a Crowley map, so
yeah,
always going to get some specialty in there.
It's your classic Crowley hidden 1. I think everyone knows what to expect out of something like this. This one, I mean, usually you see these on the lower end of the hidden brackets, like in your round of 16s and your quarterfinals. Seeing one this late is maybe not unusual, but certainly unexpected from my my previous history of seeing these kinds of maps. I know that Crowley's made plenty of these hidden ones before.
Yeah, like you said, generally on some of those earlier rounds, but Crowley definitely can turn up the difficulty if you let him run free. Normally you have to nerf his maps a little bit. He gets some nice, cool mapping in there. Very unique style that either love or hate.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like you mentioned, the swing rhythm. Swing is super common, making it difficult to kind of keep rhythm, especially on hidden, which makes sense for someone who is such a prolific, like basically just a prolific hidden 1 mapper in a lot of senses. Yeah. Obviously does a lot of other things, but well known for it. And on top of just the difficult rhythms to keep up with that swing rhythm, you've got some interesting slider shapes where you do need to keep track of your slider ticks, and accuracy is not going to be the primary focus. I would not be surprised to see people dropping to, even on FCs, dropping into the low 99s, low 98s, even, potentially, just because of how difficult those slider patterns can be.
Yeah. It looks like we might have the final roster now. We got Vidi, Yurdi, and Leno for Finland. Lechu, Don't Play CB, and Irisial for Chile.
Yeah, interesting. Yurdi didn't make an appearance in the previous matchup against France, so making their first finals appearance right now on this hidden 1 and looking to try and take a break point early like they did against France.
Yeah. We're all loaded in. Off we go.
And an early break from Don't Play CTB. Aeroseal going to mash that as well. Not looking great. Leno going to trade one of those back, but still haven't even hit the 100 combo mark. And seeing quite a few misses. There is another miss from Finland. So Leno and Yurdi trading the 2 misses we saw from Aeroseal and Don't Play CTB. 1 FC apiece, and that is going to favor Chile just because the misses from Finland were a little bit later, going to be more impactful to the score. And now that we've hit 200 combo, those misses are going to be even more important as Leno and Yurdi reset their combos yet again.
Yeah, lots of misses coming out like we predicted, but still some full combos on the board. As I say that, VD gonna drop.
Wait, I'm sorry. This is sort of unrelated. Yuri's Yeety. They changed their name? Is that
Wait a
true?
minute. No, I'm just confused. I thought I did hear something about that, but
Are they different
oh,
people?
Finland.
I can't tell. Anyway, oh no, it's VD that I'm thinking of. So they're not different players. I'm losing my mind right now. Because I've seen people complaining about the way names are pronounced a little bit. Never mind, I'm an idiot. But we're getting back into the match. We're seeing consistent breaks pretty much from everyone. VD the only one able to hold on. That lead was around 95,000. We saw Finland coming back in it a little bit, but a few misses is going to give Chile another bit of that advantage, as Lechu and Leno are going to be trading the misses back and forth. But a triple miss from Finland right there is also going to just increase that lead from Chile, and halfway through the map, they have a massive lead.
Yeah, we do see a couple drops coming. Actually, that's a team wipe now for Chile, so it will stem the bleeding, but that is quite a massive lead. Over 130,000. Now we're just getting misses all over the place. Vidi has recovered some combo.
We actually see a few resets pretty much everywhere. That lead was at 150,000 points. That lead now shrunk down to just about 100,000, but the consistent breaks from Finland not able to bring it back up, and yet another triple miss from both sides, actually.
So the whole lobby down.
Full combo reset in this lobby. But that's going to favor Chile here, as it makes it a lot more difficult for Finland to come back, even with a few more breaks, as that leads right around 100,000 heading into the last few notes of the map. And it looks like Chile, with a very good opening pick, convincing win, just about 100,000 points, as a few more misses come out. And Chile going to take the first point in the match.
Yeah, very nicely played by Chile there. As we predicted, plenty of misses all over the place. We've got 3 A ranks across the lobby, but overall, Chile having a bit more consistency there.
Absolutely. But Finland is going to get a pick here. And Nomod 4, as I expected, the opening pick. Chile been pretty uncomfortable with this type of map. The more gimmicky Nomods have certainly been a little bit of kryptonite for Chile, hence the Nomod 3 ban there. Nomod 4 comes out. This is kind of the expectation, but Finland's going to have to perform, make sure that they get this point. Don't want to fall behind the break point, like we saw from the previous match.
Absolutely, yeah. But like you're saying, I think this map is definitely a Finland-flavored map. It's a convert. It's got some interesting patterning in there, a bit of that gimmick kind of feel. And yeah, it's something Finland likes, something Chile does not. We are going to see some roster swap-ups immediately. VD going to be staying in, but Jonsku and Kuya coming in for Finland.
At the moment, we see
Chile.
Yeah, we see a full Chile team swap out. Pekret coming in, waiting for the last two. The other 2 players for Chile to come in, just waiting to see who that's going to be. If it is a full team swap, then we're going to see every single player on Chile within the first 2 maps. But Aristiel is going to come back in, so not a full team swap there.
Just reading the Yeety, the VD and Yurdi discourse.
Of course.
I still am confused, but I'm going to just read what's on my screen. Call it a day.
There's 2 players. One's named Yurdi and one's named VD. Don't get it confused.
See, that's straightforward enough to me. I don't know where the
I got confused because there has been a lot of pronunciation issues, and I saw that, and I saw Yurdi's name, and I thought it was close to what people were mispronouncing VD's name as earlier in the tournament. So that went in my head as if something happened, and it didn't, and I imagined it. And now there's discourse.
All right, so we call them both Verdi. I got it.
true, and that's a different player.
Too many names, man. But it does look like it will be that full roster swap, I believe. I think was Arisil in for the first one?
Arisil was. Stark was not.
Okay, so yeah, just Stark and Pekarat. But yeah, I guess 2 for each side.
Yeah, so VD staying in and Arisil staying in, so one there. Intro there. Arisil in chat saying that they missed on the intro. Doesn't miss yet on the intro. Chile taking a small lead right out of the gate as we've got one full combo to 1. Just Arisil making it through alongside VD for each side, and Chile going to take a small lead just on these opening patterns.
Yeah, all 4 of the new people swapping in. Maybe not quite fully warmed up yet, but they have all recovered.
This map also quite long, 3.5 minutes, so the intro going to give Chile a little bit of a lead, but lots of opportunities for Finland to come back, though definitely a good sign for Chile to potentially take a break point if they can hold their composure through this. And now everyone at 200 combo lead's going to stay stable around that 44,000, about 2 misses of difference for this map, so not too big of a difference, but Kaguya with a miss is going to help Chile extend that lead just a little bit.
And now Jonsku also going to be... It's actually a team miss. VD also dropped, so that lead going to extend quite a bit for Chile. We're going to be up into that 6-digit range again. Which is not a good look for Finland's map pick.
Arisil does drop that full combo to trade with VD there, but Stark and Pekarat now building up themselves. Stark going to drop, but that backup combo from Pekarat doing a lot of work right now. The Finnish players trying to build up, but Jonsku and VD are going to double trade with Stark and Pekarat, and that actually does favor Finland just a little bit. But with Jonsku finding another break and Arisil making to 200, only player to stay above 200 through that wiggle. Stark missing as well, going to favor Chile just a little bit, but Finland kind of starting to make some recoveries there, dropping the lead down to 80,000.
They have the combo lead right now, but it's not by a ton, so it's just slowly sinking down. We just passed the halfway mark of the map, though, so there is time for Finland to make a comeback. They can lock in here. It will slowly head over towards their direction. They're going to need some more misses, and there's one from Arisil.
Finds one, so big combo advantage for Finland continuing as all of them make it through that wiggly section. And getting into this section here, no one's finding any issues. Pekarat is going to drop, so is Stark, traded once by VD, but that is again going to favor Finland. So the Nomod 4 power for Finland is starting to come to fruition as VD finds another break, but is traded by Stark as Kaguya and Jonsku matching combos with Arisil, but Jonsku and Arisil are trading, and that's huge. Kaguya with the only combo above 200, Pekarat just now about to match that, but Finland shrinking that lead very quickly.
Gonna be a photo finish at the end here. We got about 30 seconds left to go. Finland slowly clawing that lead back. A miss from Arisil. Gonna be enough to flip it.
The wiggle catches Pekarat and Arisil off guard again. Traded once by VD, but another good trade for Finland here as they take the lead by 15,000. Stark with a miss is going to full reset, and 2 misses from Finland is resetting on their side, and that might just be enough for Finland to hold on to the lead, but they need to not stop dropping combo. Jonsku and VD continue to drop. Stark the only player there. Kaguya missing as well. This lead is shrinking very quickly. It's down to 4,000. Is that enough?
Finland takes it? I think so.
I think so. MP League agrees. It's off by 1 point, but that's fine. Finland does take their point, but just barely.
That was a lot closer than I think anyone thought it would be. It was a little scary for Finland, but they get there in the end. Going to be tying up 1-1.
That intro performance there from Chile, almost enough to carry them through the ending. But Finland bucking up just in time, does not give up a break point immediately, and we've got a match to go through here.
Yeah. I mean, if that's the kind of photo finishes we're going to be seeing, then I think we're going to go all the way to tiebreaker. But still plenty of maps on the board.
First picks from both teams there. Chile is certainly more, much stronger of a win than what Finland had, but they both managed to get out of there, unscathed, in quotation marks. But they'll have to move forward with the knowledge of the opponents being capable of what they're going for. Hidden one coming out from Chile at the start, but 2 more hidden picks available, and avoiding the hidden pool after that first hidden pick. DT3 going to be the selection. I did mention DT as a potential area, especially with that DT1 ban from Finland. So another pick that I think makes sense here.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to see some of the Hard Rock pools. Some of them look pretty interesting, but I think those might be left a little bit as a battleground. So
yeah,
towards the end of the match,
see where this kind of goes into. It's a little bit difficult of a thought because the game plan for Finland at least felt like Nomod 3, Nomod 4, and then they'd move into other areas of the pool. I could absolutely see them going for mixed mod, but that's a bit of a risky pick because Chile, I think, is also good at it. One way or another, we're going to have to see what Finland's pick strategy is after this. Chile sticking with the DT and hidden for now as their main strategy. And looks like no swap outs from Chile. One swap out from Finland there as Leno comes in.
Looking at the pool, and I just realized, guess who mapped DT1? It was a Verdi.
Oh, that's interesting. So we found the other player.
We found the third one. They're in the pool the whole time.
But early on in this matchup, a very dense map. Finland actually coming out of that intro a lot cleaner. Vidi with a full combo double S at the moment. No full combos left on Chile's side. Kaguya building up that combo. Leno coming back now that density has dropped a little bit, but Vidi does drop that full combo. Lead starts to shrink a little bit, but Finland had quite a bit of a lead out of this. This map very, very short, only a minute and a half, so singular misses are going to be 30 to 40,000 points apiece. But they continue to be traded, and Finland maintains a lead. But a triple miss from Finland! One traded back by Stark, Aricio and Pekaret holding combo, and Chile takes the lead again.
Yeah, perhaps a huge fumble there from Finland. Kaguya going to be dropping again, this time traded by Pekaret. But Leno also going to drop.
But despite the early success for Finland, this ending is certainly showing to be a little bit difficult for the consistency to stay for the Finnish side. Chile starting to come back, especially with that massive combo from Aricio, backed up quite well by Stark as well, and 100,000 points of lead going into the last few patterns here. It looks like Chile should be able to hold on to it as long as they don't have any major issues. And Chile, able to take a point, looked a little rough at the start, but that consistency towards the end was more than enough to get them a strong point for themselves, and no break points yet.
Yeah, still no breakpoints. Once again, it was looking a little spooky this time earlier on instead of towards the end. But yeah, Chile, they're going to get their point. But Finland did make the double time a little scary looking. At least if Chile's teammates were watching along, they'll be able to say how that went halfway through. If you just look at the ending score, you might say, oh, we did about 100K difference. That's pretty safe lead, but it could have been very different if Finland kind of clutched up that second half.
Yeah, for sure. But picks going well for Chile so far. Finland did win their first pick, but it was a little closer than I think they wanted it to be. Might have to move into a different spot, though. And I did mention Mixed Mod as a potential place to go just because the other Nomods weren't super comfortable, and Mixed Mod 2 is going to come out.
Get your lotto numbers from Toph.
I've done this for long enough. I can usually predict what people are going to do.
But yeah,
the only exception to that rule is with Brazil. For some reason, no matter what World Cup it is or what tournament it is, Brazil always is wrong compared to what I expect out of them. Which is weird.
There's always those oddball teams.
Brazil is the one team I should know the best because I played against them the most, and it's still always wrong.
Just like Brazil trauma blocking you from making the right predictions.
It's got to be something like that. I don't get what it is.
But yeah, no, I like this pick. I think it makes a ton of sense, and it's also a classic track and a classic mapper of Bunray maps coming out. Actually, so yeah, okay, I'm not wrong. Speaking of classic, this was an existing map. I think it
a very rare occurrence for this tournament.
I think they made some small edits to it, but yeah, I was gonna say I may have even played this map. Guessing I likely have.
It's the only existing map in this pool, aside from obviously the convert, but that's always like that. But this is the only catch specific that was already an existing map before this pool was made.
I love the little cheat sheet notes we have for this one. Everyone knows this map. Surely it's not going to be too hard. Don't look at the stats. And then I look at the stats and I go, oh, it's AR 8.2. That's
AR 8.2 and CS5. Sorry, your Hard Rock players. Your circle size is like 6.4 adjusted. Good luck.
Yeah, no, this is the stat hell map. It is a classic, though.
It is. There's this maps for this. I think have been certainly. I think that every World Cup has to have had a map of this somewhere in their pools. Plus, it's featured artists now, so it's even better for these tournaments. One way or another, Mixed Mod 2 does start off. VD going to have some issues on that hidden. Only player to have any issues in this intro there. So Chile going to take a small lead with Lechu holding on very strong in this hidden on the intro. Finally going to find that drop on hidden, but Kaguya is going to trade on the Hard Rock. It's also very hard to see a Hard Rock miss, because especially seeing Orisial on the other side, that's going to be a big issue. Especially now that there's a full team drop from Finland. It was matched by Lechu and Star, but that's only going to support Chile, especially with Orisial still holding on to that double S.
Yeah, we expect to see the bottom four on the screen struggle a little bit with the low AR, especially the hidden players, but Hard Rock, I mean, really small circles, but outside of that, at least the speed's kind of normal. Patterning isn't too crazy, a little bit of anti-flow in there, but they've likely played this map many times well before this tournament. And Orisial holding that double S, really putting in the work for Chile.
Oh, you say that in the break.
Okay, I cursed it.
Come out. No more full combos from anyone, but 150,000 points of lead is massive right now, and a good chunk of that is just on the Hard Rock. Kaguya about 100,000 points behind Orisial, so almost a carry performance from Orisial at the moment, but we still have third left. 141,000 points, difficult to come back from, but not impossible. Orisial finding another break, going to be traded by BB, but Lechu matching as well, and Finland going to start digging into this lead just a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to need a bit more than that. Lechu does provide another. No trade in sight, and, well, there it is. I spoke it into existence. A double miss coming out from Finland.
But you're going to find another break, but Stark and Orisial holding very strong right now. Two combos to just one as BD tries to build up on the hidden. But at the moment, it's definitely not enough. BD finding another miss, and 160,000 points now going to the last pattern. Basically impossible to come back from, and we might just be seeing our first breakpoint of the match going in favor of Chile.
Yeah, pretty decisive fashion too, 173,000. Be that final score difference, and they held it the entire way. This wasn't a surprise flip at the end or catastrophic failure or anything. It was just a nice slow burn. Chile.
Yeah, that break
up,
section,
especially with Orisial.
That middle section break, almost kind of pushed the lead towards Finland. Dropped nearly to 100,000, and looked like Finland was going to start getting some consistency back, but. Despite the misses in that break, all of the Chilean team was able to hold that consistency and bring it back, make sure that they have that strong lead and take the first breakpoint in the match. Brings it back to their own pick and gives them an opportunity to consolidate a big lead here. Will bring it to 4-1 if they're able to win their own pick here.
Yeah. Finland in a bit of a tough spot at breakpoint. Chile going to try to keep their foot on the gas, push towards the win, but it's just a single break point, so there's still plenty of time for Finland to make that comeback. And if they can get the break point on this next pick, that would put them in a good spot to tie it right back up. Want to see where Chile wants to take us. I kind of want to see Hard Rock 2 just because of the background.
Of course. what else was going on? Plus, the ICS again. This time everyone would have to play it too, the 6.7, I think. But Mixed Mod 3 actually didn't come out. So Chile moving into 3 separate mod pools to start off the match.
Look at the Gemzu Mixed Mod 3. Not the classic, but will be very interesting. Makes sense being the slot for the mechanics pick. Which, honestly, it might be somewhat Finland coded, if I'm honest. Just the type of map, but Chile definitely picked it for a reason.
Absolutely. I mean, they saw a good result on the Mixed Mod 2. Must feel comfortable on this if they're going to be going with a bit more of a technical pick. Mixed Mod 1 and 3 kind of both in that like technical range. We did see Finland play Mixed Mod 1 actually yesterday afternoon against France, and it was, I believe, the only point that they lost in that match. So the technical area is potentially a point of weakness on this Mixed Mod pool. But we'll have to see how this ends up going. Don't Play CTB comes in for the hidden.
Yeah, we're going to keep Aristiel up there on the hard rock. Makes a ton of sense. He was killing it on that last one.
Absolutely. Makes sense. Stark staying in on the Nomod there. Same squad for Finland on this. How are you going to find an early hard rock break? Leno on Nomod, PD on Hidden for this one. The bottom two for Finland staying strong, but all 3 of the players on Chile holding on. But that's a double break. Match once by BD there. And Don't Play CTB with another break is going to start giving Finland the lead, especially with that Nomod miss from start, as Leno holds on to the only full combo in the lobby, and Chile finding a lot of misses here in this first quarter.
Yeah, immediately Finland going to be taking a fairly commanding lead. We'll shrink a little bit off of that drop from Kaguya and VD. But this is kind of what I was worried about when I saw Chile picking this. It's a weird gimmicky type of map, maybe a little more mechanical than gimmick, but it is kind of a Finland style of map.
Definitely is. Certainly less on the technical side, more on the, I guess, movement control, which we saw them very good at yesterday during their match against France. And this certainly showing that Leno coming back with the combo, having held quite long there, does find a break, has some backup combos, but Chile with a slight combo lead at the moment is going to start shrinking that lead now that we're just about 2/3 of the way through the map.
A little break section will show Chile that they are on the back foot. Might make them a little nervous. May have been a bit of a risky pick for them that they decided to go for it since they had that breakpoint lead.
Leno back up to the 200 combos, so that's going to stick around the 70,000 point lead for Finland as we get into the final quarter of the map. No one wants to break here. Everyone finding some control. Don't Play CTB and VD trading on the hidden, though, is going to support Finland's lead here, going to make it easier. Kaguya is going to find a break, and that's going to help Chile get back into it. 2 combos to just 1. Don't Play CTB does break. Trade by Leno, but that's not the miss that is needed if Finland wants to hold on to the lead, but just not enough time despite Airseal and Stark holding on. And that's going to be back-to-back breakpoints.
Yeah, Finland taking it right back, which I mentioned earlier, it's probably like the best time to do it. You don't have to look at the scoreboard, see like 1-4. That feels way worse than the reality that, oh, we're just a single breakpoint away.
Well, not even a breakpoint anymore. It's just a point.
Yeah. At this point, yeah. I mean, it's if they win their pick, it's all tied up. Interesting. Okay.
I actually like this pick. I do like this pick. We've mentioned certain styles of maps being good for Finland, and the dash and movement control that we saw in that Mixed Mod 3 kind of matches with what we see from DT4. This was one of the better DTs for Finland yesterday as well. So this definitely fits the kind of MO that they're looking for.
Yeah, no, I agree. Now that we have the 4th double time slot, this is one that I think could favor them. It would be really funny though if it was another breakpoint where the teams are picking maps that, at least at a glance, you'd say, hey, doesn't that favor the other team? In this case, just double time in general for Chile, but would be interesting for Pickology. But Finland gonna be hoping to tie it up.
Would you say everyone from the Chilean team dropping out of the lobby? Everyone, actually, we do see a swap out. Johnsku coming in for one of the Finnish players there. Vidi and Kaguya staying in. Petrat and Stark coming in. We saw Tidex. I don't know if they're staying in. No, Arisiel is going to be the third player for Chile.
Yeah.
You'd expect that for these DT picks.
Yeah, Arisiel's been real hot today, so it makes sense to keep him in. And yeah, we got the classic Sumu Hirosawa track. Gotta have at least one.
Of course, it's a tradition for the catch.
Yeah.
We've seen it so many times. I've seen this background in like 4 of the catch World Cups.
Always makes for a banger.
Yeah, and the Suzumu Hirasawa DT is a classic among all World Cups, so not surprised to see it yet again. We do see Kaguya and Arisiel trading a little bit. Pekrat and Stark both finding misses as well. Vidi and Johnsku starting out very strong. Only 2 full combos left out of that intro. And trying to get up to the 200 combo. Vidi going to drop it. Kaguya also dropping it. And this lead going to stay right around 0, but Johnsku's full combo doing the work to keep that lead in Finland's favor just barely.
Yeah, this might be one of those maps where we're going to see quite a few misses, so you can hold combo just for a little bit, build a bit of a score gap. That's all you need to do, but whole lobby finding some consistency. Stark did find a miss, and there we are, some more coming out, Pekarat and Vidi.
Johnsku and Kaguya holding the combo to match with Arisiel's big combo is helping Finland hold on. Still a full combo from Johnsku, and Kaguya and Arisiel are going to find a trade there. Should be in favor of Finland, especially with that Pekarat miss, and that lead is only going to start increasing just a little bit more. But these patterns are rough. Johnsku's going to find the break to the full combo. Vidi and Kaguya holding on. Kaguya with the miss. Everyone from Chile having issues. Pekarat trying to build up, but Vidi having the big combo there is going to help. And right as 200 hits, Pekarat misses, and this lead is skyrocketing.
Yeah, Vidi taking the torch from Johnsku. And Finland taking a massive lead. Still plenty of map left to go. We just crossed the halfway point, but we can see how fast things can spiral out of control in these harder patterns, and it seems like Finland has been favored on them.
Oh, full lobby miss. Oh my goodness. But a full lobby miss favors Finland in this case, just because Chile is not able to find any kind of consistency. We got 2 players holding combo, Vidi and Kaguya matching it though, and Finland now at 200,000 points of lead.
Yeah, it's a quarter of the map left to go. This is starting to look a bit insurmountable. I think there is time, but Finland have been looking pretty consistent, and Chile not so much. They would have to flip that script if they want any chance.
Oh, and that's a tall task in this section. Need to make sure that you hold combo. Pekrat going to be the first to fall in this one. Stark going to match. Vidi trading one of them, but still 2 combos for Finland. 1 traded for Johnsku and Pekarat, so it's just Kaguya and Arisiel holding through this section. But that's ultimately going to be better for Finland, and a combo through that last section from both Kaguya and Arisiel. But unfortunately, Chile, not going to be enough. Almost 300,000 points of difference. The biggest gap we've seen so far this match, despite the fact that both of Finland's last 2 picks have been not as strong. So a good way to find your niche here and bring it back to a tie game.
Yeah, I was going to mention that too when you brought it up. Yeah, biggest score gap we've seen, so a very confident pick from Finland, and I think it makes a ton of sense. Despite being DT, it's just that style of map that really favors Finland. and probably gonna give Chile some second thoughts about what they want to pick now. They have to pay a bit more attention than just like, oh, we're favored on this mod. It really depends map by map how that mapping looks.
Yeah, still no Hard Rock maps selected. Definitely going to be a little bit of an awkward spot, I think, for both teams.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of either team picking Nomads. I could see a Hidden 3 coming out here from Chile. Going back into the pool, Hidden 1 went very well for them, and Hidden 3 brings that technical aspect that I think they were looking for. When they picked Mixmod 3, I'm sure they were hoping that the movement would be helpful, but HD3 definitely more technical than movement.
Yeah, I could definitely see the Hidden 3 pick. There's also the Hidden 2, always an option. It's AR 7.8 though, so I feel like that's risky no matter what. That's such an oddball low AR Hidden, but Hidden 3 seems to... Oh, and it's going to be 2. They're going for it.
They're going to go for Hidden 2. They're going to go for... I think this makes a little bit of sense. It does have a little bit of that movement and, like, spacing control, right? Because the gaps between the notes are so different, and despite the fact that there's not necessarily a difficulty in the rhythmic aspect like there was in Hidden 1, the spacing is definitely difficult, and needing to read the low AR, I think combined is going to potentially favor Chile, especially after seeing the performance that Finland had on that Mixed Mod 2 with the lower AR. This one just pushes it to another extreme.
Yeah, I still think it's a fair pick for Chile. Might leave Hidden 3 for their next pick, perhaps, or later on. So, leaves them with some options, especially if this one goes well. And as to be expected, you're going to see a couple swaps coming out. At the VD Yurdi combo coming in again. Leno going to be that third player. Lechu and Arisial makes a ton of sense. See who's going to be that third player for Chile? Could see like Ekarat or maybe Stark. Let's see though.
We did see Don't Play CTB come in for the Hidden on Mixed Mod 3, so they do end up being the one coming in.
Okay. Yeah.
Meaty Yurdi Leno for Finland, Arisial Lechu, and Don't Play CTB on the Chilean side for this Hidden 2 pick. We got, you mentioned it, Verdi combo.
Yeah, we could together they can be the Verdi combination.
Together they make the one of our mappers for the tournament.
Maybe it is actually just Verdi playing
on
split
split
at the
screen.
same time. Yeah.
But here we go. We got our teams here. A little bit of a longer Hidden 2, almost 3 minutes long, and this one, an interesting pick. Swaps from a 1/4 bias to a 1/3 bias, about a halfway through. So going to have to make sure that you're up to snuff with your rhythmic changes, but they stay consistent through their respective sections, one way or another. Early on, no one really finding any footing except Lechu, able to hold on to the double S so far. Everyone else having major issues. Lechu does find a break as VD actually finds some comfort here in this section and nearly gets up to 200 now. And Finland going to take a small early lead here.
Yeah, VD had a pretty early miss, but has been looking really good ever since then, and cursed it all the way out of existence, but battle now going to be Leno and Lechu.
Yeah, those two fighting for the top combo spot. Leno slightly ahead and going to help Finland maintain the lead for now, as VD does find... I was going to mention VD trying to back it up, but does not. Leno and Lechu, missing on the same note, is going to give Finland... continue to hold on to Finland's lead. Chile... definitely not looking too strong right now. Need to have someone maintain the combo without Finland matching them, and that just has not happened so far. Now VD1 taking the ropes. Does find a miss. Lechu holding on to combo. Only one with it through the slider section, as we're going to just about get to the 1/3 section where a little bit of a different rhythmic requirement starts to come about. Chile gonna start shrinking that lead just a little bit, especially with Yurdi's miss right there.
Yeah, that lead's slowly shrinking, and it's not too huge, but double miss coming out for Chile right before that break.
Oh, double miss. Oh, but Lechu is going to find a break as Leno, the only one with combo now in this 1/3 section, starts helping Finland keep their lead, but multiple breaks from Finland does start shrinking that. A double miss there. But Leno finding the break is starting to shrink that lead. It's down to 37,000, but Chile just needs one of their other two players to hold some consistency. Rasil and Don't Play CTB not able to do it quite enough, but that lead's still shrinking. But Leno, or Lechu, with the break, is going to help Finland hold on. But a triple miss from Finland, and that lead is shrinking. And the lead, it's so small. Last few notes. Spin to win. Spin to win on hitting 2. What's going to happen? No, that's not real.
No shot.
Okay, that's not real. It's not quite real. Finland does win it, but it's by 600. It's not by 40.
Oh my god.
That's crazy, though. A spin to win on hitting 2? But that's a breakpoint, too.
Yeah,
that's a breakpoint by 600 points.
I think, again, it's Chile. They're thinking they might be safe because of the mod pick, but the mapping itself, I mean, it wasn't a huge favor to Finland, but it was just weird enough for them to have a good coin flip chance, and they come up huge.
Yeah, that's a really rough situation for Chile. Another breakpoint going in the way of Finland. Finland with the opportunity to consolidate. We haven't seen a consolidation yet. Chile getting the opening breakpoint and then not able to win their own pick following it. So Finland with the opportunity to do that now for the second time this match. Needs to make a good pick, though.
Yeah, they need to lock this in and not trade it right back.
That said, not a lot available for them. I don't think there's anything left in the pool that's anything like the, DT4s and Nomod 4s. Yeah. Everything else is a lot more mechanically, has a lot higher of a mechanical requirement. So it'd be difficult to make a selection here. You'd almost think they'd want to go for something like Nomod 1. That does feel like a coin flip, especially against, I guess, anyone in this tournament. But they had an incredible performance against France yesterday on that.
I mean, Nomod 2. Oh, gonna go for the tech pick.
Coming out, going for a
little citrus action.
Citrus, love citrus.
Two-minute map, so it'll be a pretty quick one, but definitely difficult. Nomod 2 traditionally gonna be that really difficult tech pick. And this time it's pretty fast as well. More than just time, but 115 BTM, 9.8 AR.
Yeah, I think
speed one.
I think this is going to be pretty comfortable for everyone. It's just about the technicality that's going to catch people off guard. Kaguya Vidi laying out going to be the squad for Finland. It looks like Don't Play CTB staying in. Pekret swapping in. I can't imagine anyone but Arisiel coming out. Potentially Star, but Arisiel is going to be the one.
Yeah, and also interesting to see we got Yoshi Green for the mapper on this one. This is a classic Gemzu slot, but Gemzu him over in the mix mod, if my memory isn't failing me. Yeah, mix mod 3.
Got that earlier this time. Mix mod 3. Yeah. Yoshi Green swapping into the into the Nomod 2 slot for this round. Actually, interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Have we had a Gemzu Nomod 2 this tournament? A bunch of the rounds have not been. So semis was 10. Okay, there was Nomod 2 in quarterfinals was a collab between Gemzu and Yoshi. But aside from that, that's the only one. So that's the only time we've seen Gemzu in that Nomod 2 slot, like we've been so accustomed to seeing.
But yeah, Nomad 2 into far enough into the map pool now that, like you were mentioning, we're seeing some very interesting picks. Finland kind of running out of the clear Finland maps, which I think you could say same for Chile, though.
Oh, yeah,
for the
for
breakpoints.
I mean, we're starting to get to a point where everything is kind of just about mechanical availability and staying consistent with your physical ability in the map pool. This certainly does match that description, but everything available kind of sticks in that zone. Early on, we saw Leno drop one of the first nodes. Vidi and Kaguya, though, staying consistent since then. We saw one miss from Don't Play CTB. Stark and Aricio holding on to the double S's to match Vidi and Kaguya so far, though. Leno with a drop is going to give a small bit. Okay, I mentioned that, and then 4 people missed. And so now we have two combos above 200, but multiple misses coming from Finland is going to give Chile a lead right now.
Yeah, not a huge lead, but a lead nonetheless, and they're holding on to it for now. A little miss from Stark right before this slow section. And that does give combo advantage to Finland, so should start shrinking.
Yeah, we're already halfway through the map, and this lead is basically nothing. Leno's going to find a miss and trade with Stark there, and that lead's going to start shrinking a little bit. Double miss from Chile, double miss matched by Finland. Leno, the only one to not miss for Finland there, as this lead is nothing, and everyone keeps missing. Chile taking it. Don't Play CTV still holding on to that big combo. I don't know if that's an FC, but it's very close, even if it isn't. Aricio holding on to back up the combo as that lead for Chile starts to increase. Don't Play CTV drops the big combo, though. Kaguya going to trade it alongside Aricio, and that lead starts to shrink just a little bit as Leno and Vidi trying to hold on to their combo through this. It's down to 20,000. Leno misses, and Chile builds up enough combo. Kaguya missing as well, and Chile looking to take a breakpoint right after. No consolidation allowed here. And Chile takes a point, matching the scores yet again, 4-4.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get another photo finish, but it will be Chile jumping up to an 85,000 score difference right at the end there. Feeling back that break point. And once again, we're all tied up.
Yeah, despite
I see like 1, maybe 2 picks out of each team left.
Yeah. Maximum 2 picks. Minimum 1. At this point, Chile has 2 picks left in this match, guaranteed. Finland has 1 or 2, depending on how the next 3 maps go. But and despite that, that's a really good performance from Vidi, getting the MVP in the lobby, but just not enough to hold on to the lead for Finland. But with the technical win, that's not a huge win. That's only a couple of misses of advantage for Chile, but it does give them the knowledge that some other technical picks could be useful. That Hidden 3 is sitting there. The Hard Rock 3 is also there, as well as the Mixed Mod 1. So they have quite a few that they could go for if they want to stick with that style.
Yeah, I think Hidden 3's probably where they should go. We were thinking that previously as well, despite how Hard Rock 2 went.
And Chile going to take a timeout here.
Yeah. Makes sense. Big decision. We're effectively a best of 5 at this point, so every point matters a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a best of 5 in a map pool that has basically nothing that's not a coin flip in a certain sense, where you have to make sure you have your good performance. Like, obviously, there's things that are going to favor Chile in a certain sense. We mentioned, like, the technical ones. Mixed Mod 1, Hard Rock 3, Hidden 3 could potentially favor Chile, but they still have to perform. Finland has shown that on maps that even Chile should be favored for, Finland has shown that they're capable of taking those points and in dominant fashion, too.
Yeah. With how well Aricio's been doing, I kind of want to see the Hard Rock pool come out. I think Hidden 3 is their best bet, but if they don't want to pick that for whatever reason, I would like to see like Hard Rock 2 or Hard Rock 3.
Could definitely see something like that. I think at this point, Chile should probably be avoiding Nomod 1, Hard Rock 1. DT2 feels like an awkward pick. I don't know exactly where that would go. Timeout timer starts. We got 2 minutes before the pick will be coming out. Well, 2 minutes max before the pick will be coming out. But this match has been going pretty crazy so far. I think 4 breakpoints so far, and both of them were like back to back.
Yeah. We had like opening pick consistency and then just breakpoint after breakpoint, pretty much.
I think it has literally been in 2, like, has it been that way? I can't even remember. But it's been each team won their own pick, and then each team broke a point, and then each team won their own pick, and then each team broke a point.
Yeah.
So it's just been going back and forth in this match, and despite a little bit longer probably on the timer, Mixed Mod 1 is going to come out, so that is going to clear out the Mixed Mod pool, but going with potentially the most comparable pick most comparable pick to Nomod 2 in the pool, and they had a great Mixed Mod 2 performance. So it's 1-1 in the Mixed Mods between these two. This one definitely seems to favor Chile, though.
Yeah. I don't dislike this pick out of them. I think it makes sense. I am curious on why they seem to be avoiding Hidden 3. I guess maybe because it's slightly gimmicky as far as the rhythm goes, so it might be one of those maps where you would think it would be favoring Chile, but actually has a little bit of Finland flavor sprinkled in.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those maps where a lot can happen in very short amounts of time. We've got lots of stacks, a lot of tactical patterns, and we saw that Nomod 2, despite quite a nice victory for Chile, was very close for most of it. And adding on the mods is definitely going to add a layer of difficulty. Though we've already seen in the other mixed mods, Aricio has generally had the advantage on the Hard Rock over Kaguya, and Chile's hidden player has generally been able to take over for V, but they weren't able to stay consistent on that enough on that Mixed Mod 3, despite having what has seemed to be pretty consistent advantages on some of the mods.
Yeah. An interesting note for this map in particular is if you look at the BPM, you might go, wait a minute, 380? That's insane. It's actually 190 for the entire map, but it spikes up to 760 just to have some slider droplet gimmicks. So we should be seeing some very funky, perhaps very dense sliders.
Always love to see it.
The evil kind of mapping where you're just forced to perfectly hit the slider. Otherwise, it's a combo break instead of just stack drop. They do make for some entertaining maps, though. I
barely pay attention to the slider ticks in the first place. I break on ones at like a 0.5 SV because I don't notice them. How are people doing it at 760 BPM? I don't know.
Got some true mad lads left in this tournament. And Ken, he definitely knows how to cook up some fun mapping.
Absolutely, but we've got our teams, the squad from Finland, normal, Kaguya, Hard Rock, VD, Hidden, Leno, Nomod, as we've seen for the other two mixed mods. Aricio staying strong on the Hard Rock as normal. Don't play CTP coming back in for Hidden and Stark on Nomod, similar to one of the mixed mods we saw earlier. Don't play CTP and not coming in for both of the mixed mods, I should say. Let you having taken one of them, but don't play coming in for this more technical selection.
Early drop from Kaguya. Mapping pretty simple so far for the intro, but there we are. Gonna start getting a little funky.
Don't play CTP, gonna match that miss a little bit later. That's gonna definitely favor Finland after 200 combo now. Everyone else holding strong at the moment. Double S's from the two Nomod players. VD gonna drop that hidden with Stark. That might end up favoring Finland just because of the mod advantage, but Kaguya is going to find the break, and with Aricio still holding on to the full combo on the Hard Rock there for Chile. Chile's going to take a 30,000 point lead, and Leno with the drop on the Nomod is going to complete the full break. No full combos left for Finland, just one left on Hard Rock for Chile, but a break from Don't Play CTP is going to trade that out and stem the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, getting into some of these trickier sections now. We're seeing a lot of drops coming out. Aristiel going to be falling down. Dark and BD leading the combo. BD drops, just Stark now.
Oh, but a double break from Chile is going to help get Finland back into this as Leno starts to build up above 200 to match Don't Play CTB. BD going to find another combo drop and help Chile maintain their lead as Kaguya also gets above 200. More technical sections coming. BD continuing to find issues on the hidden, and Don't Play CTB holding onto that combo is doing wonders for their team on the hidden right now. Only halfway through the map though, 3.5 minutes is a long time. Aristiel drops there, traded by BD yet again. BD's consistent breaks not doing a great job for that side. Kaguya having a little bit of an issue in the intro as well, giving a 90,000 point lead to Chile going into this last third.
Yeah, and with your mention of how long the map is, that 90,000 lead means a bit more. So it is quite a bit of a hill that Finland needs to climb. They want to steal a breakpoint again.
Intensity starts to drop a little bit, but Leno, despite that, is going to find a combo break, and Chile going to extend their lead even more now in the 6 digits. But a full team wipe in this section from Chile is going to quickly drop the lead as BD and Kaguya hold on to their combos through this. Stark with another drop. This lead is disappearing in front of your eyes. Don't Play CTB with another break. BD and Kaguya leading the charge right now with 2 massive combos. That leads below 10,000 now. Kaguya finally finds a drop, but tricked by Aristiel. And this is so close. We only have a few patterns left in the map. Chile with a slight combo advantage. But Aristiel with another break. Stark and Don't Play CTB matching the 200 combos. It might be able to hold on through these last patterns. But it's so close. Kaguya with another break. Chile might just get out of it. Don't Play CTB trading. But I can't tell what's going to happen. And there's not enough time. Despite incredible efforts from BD, almost managing to bring that point back for a break, Chile survives and gets their own point.
Yeah, that was just a complete meltdown from Chile there for a bit, but they recovered just in time to save it. Got very scary, but very well played by Finland. Just not quite enough, unfortunately. Was not a break point though, so we're back in the cycle of each team is going to win their own pick. So Finland needs to complete that with this next pick coming up, and then we'll drop down to a best of 3, where we've seen, if the pattern continues, we've seen breakpoints.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This feels like the place where Finland would get their own point here, and then we'd have a double break point to go into tiebreaker, but we'll have to see how that goes. Not much left in the pool for Finland to feel super comfortable on compared to the rest of the maps. I could see potentially a Nomod 1 or Hard Rock 1. I don't like Hard Rock. Neither of these teams have picked Hard Rock yet. It's hard to say. Both are clearly uncomfortable, but Nomod 1 is going to be the pick. It was inevitable at some point for Finland, I think.
Yeah, the Nomod 1 Yield Classic coming out. Got an Ascendance and Bunray collab. They are 9.9, might as well be 10, 4 minutes long. Star rating that looks like an approach rate. Gonna be a battle. I think probably fittingly put, a death match.
The teams full swap out, or at least full lobby lead for now from Chile, BD, Kaguya, Leno, the big 3 for Finland staying in. I imagine this is going to be an Aristiel and Stark plus 1 extra from Chile. I don't know who the third would be specifically, but that's the big 2 for Nomad is usually that Aristiel and Stark combo.
We'll call them out. They're calling me out. Hello, Beat Saber community. Glad to have you here. We have an insane match on our hands, so I hope you guys are ready for what's turning out to be a really spicy match.
Yeah, Stark and Aristiel do come in, just waiting for the third player for that Nomad 1 team on Chile.
Yeah, you came at just the right time. Things are getting super spicy. I think we're going to go tiebreaker here, honestly. Finland do need to lock in and get this point on the board.
CTP coming in as the final player for Chile here to round out the Nomod 1 squad. Just making sure that they have the right people, make sure they know what's going on. A 4-minute map to deal with is no joke, especially at that 290 BPM. A lot of fast jumps, a lot of big spacing, and not a lot of breaks. So the stamina on something like this is definitely going to be important to pay attention to.
Yeah, got the same squads in pretty much. Start coming in. But once again, my eyes going to be on Arisial, Leno, Vidi. They've all been going huge.
Yeah, if we're talking performances from the previous matchup, we saw a Nomad 1 performance of over 2.8 million from Finland. Chile, of course, not playing this map earlier in the weekend. So Chile trying to beat out that 2.8 million, but this is Finland's selection. Would be an insane pickup to get that break point to bring them to match point. But in this intro, no misses. A full lobby double S up to 200 combos. Start going to find the first miss and start giving Finland a little bit of a lead to work with. But 4 minutes is a lot to deal with. There's a lot of opportunities to miss, and this 290 BPM requires a lot of precision. Don't play CTP. Going to find a second miss for Chile, as we have a triple double S coming from Finland so far. Arisial, the only player on Chile, backing up Chile and trying to keep them up. Leno going to find a drop to match one of them, but Finland still with a nice lead so far.
Yeah, Chile doing pretty well, but Finland, they look locked in. Small slip up from Leno, but not going to matter. Still going to be that 50,000 score advantage and growing as Don't Play CDB continues to find some issues with this map. Stark also a couple drops here. Another one as I'm speaking about it.
Yeah, Leno building back up to the 200 after that early miss, but the players on Chile not able to find any consistency. Arisial doing their best with the double S to match both Vidi and Kaguya, but one double S not enough to match two at the moment, especially with Leno having a great backup combo and Stark and Don't Play CTP having some pretty consistent misses. A long map we mentioned before, longer maps are more difficult to come back from if there are more misses. And with Don't Play CTP missing and that lead extending to 120,000 with the last full combo for Chile dropping, this is looking like a great pick for Finland. A double miss there in that wiggle section, but Vidi still holding that full combo is going to keep the lead for Finland for now. Still at 125,000 points. A big hill to climb, and out of that break, Arisial finds another break, and Finland looking very strong on this Nomod 1 pick.
Absolutely, yeah. Vidi still going ham with the double S, but the rest of Finland no slouches either. Huge scores coming out of them. Don't Play C2B, really the one struggling the most in this lobby. Stark has definitely found plenty of misses of his own, but overall, I think it's just a bit of a third player issue for Chile.
Certainly looks to be the case. We did see a double drop from Leno and Kaguya on Finland. Don't Play C2B building some combo up to start trying to get that lead back. Stark is going to match that miss though. Kaguya trades it, but that's ultimately going to favor Finland in this case. Makes it harder for Chile to come back with those drops. Still have a quarter of the map left, so it's not over yet. But we get a break section. They know Vidi's on the full combo. They know Finland is at 126,000 points of favor. Chile knows they can't afford any kinds of breaks here in the ending, and Finland knows that they are in the lead and just need to hold steady here in the ending to bring it to a 5-5 slate. Kaguya, though, going to miss. Stark, luckily, going to be the trade there as Leno and Vidi match Arisial and Don't Play CTP with a second break from Chile. Oh, but a triple drop from
Vidi.
Finland! That's the drop of the double S. Arisial with the full combo, well, not a full combo, but a big combo, the only one above 200 at the moment, but 100,000 points are still needed, and it's still looking good for Finland despite the full combo drop.
Yeah, I think Finland are in a pretty safe spot here. A little heartbreaking for Vidi. Gonna drop her at the end, like 3.5 minutes into a crazy map.
Yeah, 995,000 on a map like this, still insane.
Yeah, like nearly unheard of. Like we have our top seeds playing in the other match today, and I don't think many, if any of them, are going to beat that score out of ED. Maybe a full team score, but not the individual performance out of ED. And that ties us up again, 5-5. It is now a best of 3, 1 point away for each team to bring us to that tiebreaker.
Oh, I needed to check this because I knew Finland had a really good score on this. VD with a 995 on this match. VD had 994,000 against France. So maybe that's just a normal thing for VD. I guess this guy's just the best player of all time.
He just pops off, man. Most people, they get to the stage, they get nervous. VD just locks in.
Locks in for the Nomod ones. Misses in one spot, and that's all that matters.
Hey, it's the Nomod 1. You get at least one miss for free.
Can't be too mad at 200 BPM. Yeah, 290. I would like to say the same thing.
Give the man a break.
Give him a break. He gets one miss. Just didn't get the 1 mil. One way or another, both teams will get their final takes in the map, so we'll get an opportunity to see what happens. It's still been following the pattern. 2 own takes, 2 break points, 2 own points, 2 break points, now 2 own points. And if trends continue, Hidden 3 comes out, and Finland's going to win this.
Yeah, if the pattern keeps going, Chile finally picking the map that we thought they should have picked the last like 2 or 3 in a row. And
we still haven't seen Hard Rock get picked.
Yeah. Where's my AFB map?
There are 4
Bunray map. Come on.
So Finland will get a pick after this, no matter what. Doesn't matter. So we're in a position where we could see all 3 Hard Rocks get completely ignored this match if Finland feels like DT2 is the right pick. I don't think that's the right pick for them, but it's possible.
The Hard Rock haters. Actually, you know what? I've been talking about Hard Rock 2 and Hard Rock 3 just because I love AFB and Bunray and all their maps, but Hard Rock 1 is the only original for this week, so we need to see that.
We didn't see that. We didn't see it in our previous match.
So yeah, I changed my mind. I want to see Hard Rock 1.
So we'll have to see. I mean, and Hard Rock 1 might be the pick for Finland. I think that might actually be the best pick for Finland.
Yeah.
Especially with that Nomad 1 performance. I know they're not that similar, but with the consistency requirement and the speed not being quite as high, I mean, it feels like Chile would just have an advantage on Nomad 2 or Hard Rock 2 and Hard Rock 3 in that case.
Yeah, so might get my wish in the end, but we're finally seeing the Hidden 3 pick. Question is it the right pick, or was Chile avoiding it for a reason?
And here we go.
Coming in, and I think otherwise, same roster.
Yeah, same roster as elsewhere. Finland with the big 3 still, playing Kaguya, VD. Peprat swapping in, Arisil and Don't Play CTB staying in as we get into yet another quite long map. Over 3 minutes for this Hidden 3. Don't Play CTB with an early drop. The early drops are not as important until we get to that 200 combo markup.
Yeah, like I said, another long map. This time BPM decent bit lower. Portrait lower as well, so not quite the 4-minute deathmatch we had for Nomad 1.
Not quite. We did see a trade between Pegra and Kaguya Leno. Going to find a break as well. Now, after 200 combos, so misses are more important now that we've gone here. A double miss from Finland as well as Chile starts to take a lead out of it. And Kaguya finding a little bit of an issue, getting some kind of ground. Arisil, the only full combo left with a double S at the moment. Don't Play CTB was able to find some combo, but a double miss now from Chile on Pekaret and Don't Play CTB. And a full lobby wipe except for Arisil as Chile going to take a nice lead out of that.
Yeah, Arisil finally going to drop, but he has been the hero for Chile on so many of these maps, and this one is no exception.
And we get to the signature wiggle patterns of this map. They continue to come around. You can stand still them. We've seen it a little bit, but that's a full lobby wipe, and that's going to reset the combo availability for all of these teams. 45,000 points in favor of Chile because of that Kaguya continuing to find misses, and Chile going to take a small lead out of it.
Yeah, and even if you choose to stand them because it's hidden, you got to be really certain that you lined it up right. Otherwise, that's going to be a fat miss. See some misses coming out, yeah.
But
BD versus Aristiel.
Both of them are going to miss. That's another full lobby wipe. This map not treating anyone well right now. That's at 47,000 points. Not a huge lead. Aristiel matching Leno and VD at the moment. We do see some consistent breaks from both sides, but combo advantage at the moment in favor of Finland. And those trades keep coming around. It looks like Finland might be able to dig a little bit into this lead, though. Don't play CTB. Also building that combo up. Traded between Pekret and Leno. That's going to be good for Chile as two big combos stay intact.
Yeah, these difficult sections coming in.
Uh-oh.
Really dense jumps.
VD trying to be the hero again. Aristiel misses. VD trying to be the hero again. 500 combo as no one else is able to hold on to combo. And that lead is shrinking very quickly. We're at the end. And VD holding on to the combo. Stealing the lead at the end. We don't have too much left in this map. And if VD doesn't break anymore, Chile looking to lose this right at the end. And that lead is jumping very quickly. Kaguya backing up the combo as well to match Aristiel. And this went very fast in favor of Finland because of an incredible performance at the end there from VD. And despite the miss, it looks like Finland going to take a break point. The pattern continues.
The prophecy has been fulfilled. We're back into the break points.
VD does it. He becomes the hero yet again. Almost 900,000, nearly nullifying Aristiel's score, who had just an incredible performance as well.
Yeah, Aristiel going to be that lobby MVP, but for Finland, VD is that man. He is that guy. And it locks it in for Finland. They're either winning this match or they are dragging Chile to the tiebreaker. There's nothing Chile can do about that now. And the final pick will go to Finland, so it's up to them if they want to continue this pattern and give Chile a little break point, get a little cheeky tiebreaker going, or if they just want to shut it out now, send Chile home.
Got 4 picks available to go with all 3 Hard Rocks and DT2.
Do they dare touch the Hard Rocks?
Will we see a full ignore of the Hard Rock pool here? That'd be kind of crazy, actually. I don't know if I would have ever seen that. Hard Rock 1 feels like the best pick for Finland in this case.
Yeah.
It would be funny to see DT2.
It would be funny. I do love a good XCON map. Finland taking a little bit of time to think through this.
But Finland also still has
fair enough.
This is the time to take it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Would not be surprised if they're just waiting until the end of the timer to say timeout and then just... Or not. Hard Rock 3!
Hard Rock 3!
So,
the Fun Ray map.
We do see a Hard Rock map. We are not going to see an entire mod pool ignored in this match.
You know, this, it might fit the pattern. We were saying we think Hard Rock 1 is the map for Finland, and that, Hard Rock 2, Hard Rock 3 could be a little risky, could be a little Chile-sided, so...
Yeah, I mean, this one's certainly the most technical of the Hard Rocks. We saw Chile kind of winning those technical picks, though Finland taking the hidden 3 a little bit out of expectation, but the Nomod 2 and Mixed Mod 1 both going well in Chile's favor. Going to be a little bit of a difficult task here for Finland to close it out, I think.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but I do like that the pick makes it interesting. It makes it very possible for Chile to take a point back here and bring us the tiebreaker, so it's still a coin flip in my eyes.
Lock in. VD Taglioleno, the squad, the top 3 for Finland. been getting them through this match so far versus Don't Play CTP, Aristiel, and Stark. Last regular pick of the pool here as we get our good luck, have funs. It's either going to be a Finland victory and they will move on into top 3, or Chile will get the final breakpoint of the match and take us to tiebreaker with everything on the line.
Yeah, we see the roster swap coming in for Chile. Finland keeping their main 3 in, which makes a ton of sense. They've been doing wonderful.
So a little bit of a rough start there from Finland. Leno finding a few breaks. Stark and Don't Play CTP, though, going to find a double miss as well on the Chilean side. Leno, another break. As we get everyone else into the 200 combos, Don't Play CTP, Leno trading the misses. Combos are exactly even. Beatty and Leno, a triple miss from Finland as Aristiel and Don't Play CTP also drop. Stark, the only combo left. And Chile going to take a small early lead from that.
Yes, here's another longer map at 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Misses coming out for Chile. Going to flip that score lead back over to Finland. It's going to be a battle once again.
Everyone now on Finland above 200 combos. Stark the only one there for Chile, so that lead's going to start increasing. Stark and Don't Play CTP both drop in that transition, and Finland starts to take a little bit more of a lead. This is a long map, though. We have a lot left to go. Leno and Stark trade there. VD and Kaguya staying above 200. Kaguya dropping, and Chile going to have a chance to take it back. VD dropping the last combo for Chile. Aristiel going to start being able to take some lead back for Chile as that red bar starts to shrink just a little bit. But that's a double miss from Chile, and Leno now able to build some more score back up for Finland.
Yeah, looked a little worrying for a little bit there, but Chile finding a couple drops, Leno finding that consistency. Going to be increasing that lead again for Finland as we're now above 75,000. A miss from Kaguya and Aristiel traded into this slow section.
Halfway through the map, Finland coming in with an advantage. Don't Play CTP trades with Leno. That's going to be good for Chile there. Leno finding another break. A triple miss from Finland as Stark and Aristiel start to find some consistency, both above 200. Aristiel trading one of those misses, but that lead is already starting to shrink. Stark and Don't Play CTP do find a drop, though, so that lead's going to stay a little stationary there. 45,000 points as we get into the last quarter of this map. Kaguya having some trouble finding some consistency. Beatty missing as well. That lead is starting to shrink. All 3 players from Finland dropping as well. Stark holding consistency. Don't Play CTP finds a miss, but that lead is only 10,000 points. As it starts dropping down, that lead starts to go over to Chile, but Stark misses.
Aristiel, he needs to be that hero. He's trying to clutch out, but he's going to find a miss as well.
We still have time left in the map, but everyone from Chile having some issues. Kaguya finding their consistency. Drops the combo, but so does everyone else. Chile has no one left to take advantage of it. We're at 34,000 points. We only have a few combos left. A double miss there. Don't Play CTP finds a drop. Oh my god, a few misses. Last pattern. Oh my goodness. No. No way. What? No way. Finland holds on.
You're going to give me a heart attack, man. 575. That is insane.
No way. I can't believe that.
Finland, they're here. They're not playing. They're gonna break the mold, break the pattern. Say no more breakpoints for you, Chile. We're closing it out. No tiebreaker necessary. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness. I think I need to breathe for a second here.
So that will be Finland moving on. They are gonna be on the podium no matter what. Got the names on the screen there. Big congratulations to them. And Chile, also a very nice performance throughout this tournament. They've been some favorites to go far, and they did indeed. They will be finishing in the 4th place position.
What an insane matchup. That pattern almost stayed consistent, but Finland taking the podium spot, Chile taking 4th place. What an exciting way to finish our losers bracket run for the finals weekend. We mentioned it before, but we've only got one other match going on. It has already started. It started about 20 minutes ago. The winners bracket match between the United States and Argentina, which will decide who will go into the grand finals from the winner's bracket and who will go down to the loser's bracket grand finals to face off against now decided Finland next weekend. What an exciting time. Do you have anything else to say before we send you guys off to the secondary stream to go watch that incredible winner's bracket match?
Nah, I think that sums it up well. Got a raid boss waiting down in that loser's grand final. So let's all head over to USA versus Argentina to see who is going to face them first.
It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. You said never let me go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 Oshkosh World Cup. We are in finals week, and this is our winners bracket final between the top two seeds in the tournament. Number 1, United States. Number 2, Argentina. I'm Dolan, joined by Wonderstella.
Hello, Dolan, and hello, everyone. I am so excited about this match. The top two seeds in the tournament in the finals pool. This is going to be a match to behold.
It's going to be quite something. We are down to the top 4 remaining in the tournament over on the A stream, Finland and Chile, duking it out for the last spot in finals week and the last one of those coveted profile badges that will go to the top 3 finishers. The winner of that match will play the loser of this match next week in the grand finals. But today it's all about the United States and Argentina. These two teams, top 2 last year, a rematch. And as you know, Wonderstella, it's a very important winners bracket final. It's essentially a game 1 of the best of 3, potentially assuming Argentina is able to bounce back or the United States able to bounce back from a loss and make it back to the grand final. So a lot at stake here.
There is a lot at stake here. It's completely what you're saying. It's sort of a best of 3 is a very interesting way to look at this, and I think it's a very good way to look at it. And we're just going to have to see if United States can pull through with that number 1 seed, or if Argentina can cost the seed upset. And Argentina, I mean, they've been looking like they are going for the crown this year. They've been so good.
And notable funny thing just happened right before we went live here. The Beat Saber World Cup rated our A stream over on Finland versus Chile, which Chile currently leads 5-4. A great match that you should also have tabbed open.
Absolutely. Make sure you stay updated on that match. We will also keep you updated, though, of course. And big shout out to Beat Saber World Cup for rating us from one rhythm game to another. But we are here to focus on USA versus Argentina. And the rolls did come in, and the USA won the roll. Gonna decide to pick second and ban first, which is gonna be Nomod 1, the ban.
Interesting that it's a Nomod 1 ban here. That is... I mean, I guess that shows you exactly where the Americans are at. They want to go for the more technical skill sets, and Argentina will immediately get rid of double time 4.
Yeah, the Nomod 1 ban is interesting, but it is arguably the most coin-flipping map between these two teams, which you can argue that's a reason to get rid of it. And the double time 4 ban from Argentina, we're losing one of the best songs in the pool, but I mean, against a team like the US, that makes sense.
At this stage in the tournament, you can't worry about the banger tracks, right?
Yeah.
You have to make the proper choice in your picks and your bans, as we have seen when it comes to finals week and beyond. Argentina, this would be the biggest win in their nation's history, I believe, in any game mode. Catch the Beat is arguably, I believe, one of their most successful modes. For many years, they've always been consistently good and have, in recent years, finally been able to put the pieces together and really become a competitive team, and will immediately go into low approach rate hidden HD2.
Absolutely. Starting off with the one of the most contested skill sets in the game, at least when it comes to debate. And this is, I think it's a very interesting but a very solid pick against the US. It really shows that we are here to play. We're not picking anything. We're not picking anything conventional against you. And yeah, Argentina really been on the uprise the last couple of years, and it is a very similar team to last year. I would say that the only difference is that they've all gotten better at the game since then. So, gonna be very interesting to see how these 2 weekends go. And the US team, the roster isn't quite the same as last year, but I mean, this team is still incredibly strong, and they've shown that throughout this tournament as well. So, I mean, it's so hard to predict how this is going to go.
And the Hidden 2 pick will bring in one of the specialist players for the United States, Elux, checking in for this low approach rate hidden map as is standard here. DeCreeper and Lexi will go in alongside, so we'll be Sekre relieved here. Argentina, it's Serganza, Story, Velper, K. That's their core trio that you should see for most of the match. Oh, and is that a little DC there from Elux right at the
If
start?
it is a DC,
Yep,
yeah,
it
we
is.
see the MP abort. So that's gonna be we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer to get into the map, but since that DC was as early as it was, we do get a restart of the map.
Did the ref just say Elux check like this is a normal occurrence? And I mean, I haven't watched every US match, but I don't believe this is something that is standard for Elux.
I wouldn't like to think that it's standard for Elux.
So we're going to get Elux back into the game. Thankfully, it happened at the very beginning, but the rule I do believe is 30 seconds or the first 25% of the map.
Yes, I believe those are the rules. And to give you an update on the other match, Finland won their pick against Chile, so that match is now 5-5.
Things heating up over on the A stream in that battle for the last badge, the last spot on the podium. And apparently not good news here for the United States at the start of this match on Hidden 2. Elux is not responsive, not online, so it was potentially worse than just a DC. Sekre filling the spot for now. We will see if the United States will elect to use their timeout to maybe stall for Elux, or if Sekre will just bite the bullet.
Yeah, and it is quite concerning that the US team aren't getting any updates from Elux either. So, yeah, it's like you said, definitely seems to be more than just a game crash.
Yeah, and the referee, Nick, immediately presenting the United States their options, either a replacement, or you may use your timeout if you wish to try to stall to get him back.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments where if this is what you have to use your timeout for, that's not what you want, especially in a match as important as this one. You want to keep that timeout for a potential mental reset or just to gather your nerves, but if you need to use it to get someone back...
Oh, he's back online, it appears. Is he going to be able to get in here in the nick of time? It appears the referee will give him one last chance to connect to the lobby.
Yes, indeed. And for the sake of the US team, we hope that he's back, and for his own sake as well. Yeah, he seems to be coming back, which is a good sign for the US. This is a player you definitely want on the Hidden 2.
Yep. And Argentina being respectful and patient. Of course, officiated well there by referee Nick, who is the third party in the lobby for this winner's bracket final. Radio check.
And now we are hopefully getting into the match for real here.
And you have to wonder what effect that's going to have on these 6 players. You know, Elux obviously rushing to get reconnected and hop back in. And then the other 5 players who were, you know, mentally prepared, starting the beat map, and have had to wait essentially an extra minute or 2 here. We'll see if that's iced them a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how they respond to this, but early on here, seeing more misses come up from the US, I think. Yes, indeed, Argentina gonna take a slight lead at the start here.
And Story is the only FC remaining as Elux and Serganza both go down now. Argentina will maintain a very slim lead. Oh, but Lexi and Creeper going down. It is overall better team consistency right now for Argentina. Again, AR 7.8, so this is lower than even your standard low AR. As you know, as most standard low AR players would say, 8 is pretty low. You're dealing with a very low AR here that is definitely wonky if you haven't played it.
Absolutely. Low AR players, like you say, AR8, that's the comfort zone, and you go below that, that's another level low AR you need to be able to read. As we see, the US, they are struggling quite a bit on this, and Argentina, they knew what to pick.
Yeah, I mean, Argentina knew that the US had Elux as well, but Argentina, one of the few teams in the tournament that have quite a powerful lineup for this type of map.
Yeah, it's been one of the scariest teams in the tournament to go up against, on any map to be fair, but especially on a map like this throughout the tournament. So it makes a lot of sense as the lead is up at 145,000 and we are approaching the last third of the map. The Creeper Neela is going to find a double miss.
But right now it is Story leading the way. Approaching 700k now as Sargonza approaches 200k. Lexi.
Yeah, that 99.9 ACK on the Story side is crazy. As we see, I mean, it's a team miss from the US.
Yeah, this one is pretty much set in stone at this point. It's an insurmountable advantage with the amount of time remaining in the beat map. Story will finally go down, but an impressive score on a finals week hidden 2 here. 99.3, approaching 900k, and will indeed get there to close this one out for Argentina.
What a performance from Story on just an individual performance. The team score as a whole is really good, but Story, I mean, what a way to start out the match for him.
An incredible team score there, nearly 2.5 million points from Argentina.
And it is time for the United States here to pick a map of their own. And you have to wonder, where did they decide to go? Where did they start off their picks? We did see the DT4 ban come out for Argentina, so I was gonna say seeing them go into double time wouldn't make sense, but they're gonna go for a Hard Rock 2, the Niwashi song. And this is a funky pick, but I like it. It's one of those riskier maps that you can go for that can definitely catch your opponent off guard. We're gonna be seeing higher CS here. Definitely more of a control pick. And the focus on this map is no real difficulty spike. The problem for the players is going to be keeping consistent combo throughout the whole map. Very snappy map with a heavy control focus.
Yeah, Hard Rock 2s are typically known for either precision or control. And this week it is emphasis heavily on the control. And also you can tell Argentina playing a transition game here by going from, or the United States trying to play a transition game here against Velper K and Sargonza by going from Hidden 2 into Hard Rock 2. That's about as different as you could get, nearly.
Absolutely, and yeah, we're gonna see those players come in just like you say, and Sekre as well coming in for Elux. It makes a lot of sense. Sekre should be on the Hard Rock.
Sekre, formerly known as Chicken Bible, one of the best Hard Rock players in the world for a period of a few years, and has still maintained that elite status as of today. But Narcs will play third party here for Argentina. First appearance in the match.
As we get this cat staring into our souls, we are getting Indeed. Hard Rock 2 underway.
It's you know, now that you pointed it out, it's uncomfortable. No matter which player I look at, it's just there. It's staring menacingly.
There's 6 cats just staring at us, and the players are not moved by that, though. They are not affected. Yes, they are. Most of them are starting off strong. Velper K going to be the first one to fall, though.
Yeah, right as the players reach 200 combo here, so will be an advantage here for the United States as Velper K follows it up with yet another miss. And yet another one, so starting to struggle, but is the only one as the United States maintaining form here.
And to give you a quick update from the other match, on the A stream, Finland took a break point, making it 6-5 against Chile, and they are on their own pick.
Wow, so Finland with a chance to close that one out, but Sekre falling here. is going to help out Argentina, but it is traded by Serganza. So now Argentina with no combos above 200. It's getting very ugly very quick.
Yeah, Velper was on their way, but with that break, with that team miss from Argentina and the combos from the Creeper and Lexi, looking very strong here.
Yeah, quite composed. But Sekre finding yet another miss right as he hit that 200 combo mark. That will keep the United States from completely running away with it, but Argentina is going to need to lock in here as Narc's now above 200, a Creeper going down. This will allow Argentina a chance, but Narcs and Serganza will miss, and that's going to wipe out essentially all combos here, and it's only Lexi standing tall as the Creeper finds another miss.
Yeah, and Lexi is really showing why this was a favorable pick for the US. Not moving whatsoever off of that top spot on the map, and yeah, Argentina continuing to find those misses. Narcs having found some stability at least, but yeah, it's gonna lose that as well.
And the United States at this point have built up pretty much an insurmountable lead.
Yeah.
Will answer one apiece with their opening pick.
I think the question here is if Lexi can hold on to the end, but is gonna find a miss. I'm sorry for thinking, honestly, that's on me.
It's something we can't control, it just happens.
Yeah. The commentating business is a rough one sometimes.
You know, I keep wondering if they're going to develop medication one day to maybe help us or something, but
it's not looking good, I don't think.
I've been hoping since 2018, brother.
We do see United States taking the point here.
Yeah, very nice. 2.8 million team score here, capped off by DeCreeper at 950k, with Lexi right behind at 939. It's Sekre with a 909. Narcs and Story trying their best, but unfortunately just Hard Rock favoring the Americans here. But Argentina will have their second pick.
Yeah, and they don't waste any time. They go straight into Nomod too, which is a very interesting pick here, I think. But it's, again, I think the pick makes sense. Now, these two teams, you definitely get to the point where some picks are going to be difficult to navigate through, because both these teams are, I mean, it's the two highest seeded teams in the tournament and the two only left in the winner's bracket. But going for the tech pick here, I think makes sense when you have players like Narc, Serganza, and Story, who are all, technicality is what they thrive in.
Indeed. So getting set here, it's going to be the 47th checking in. One of their first appearances of the tournament, I believe. I'm not sure if this is their first map.
It is their first. It's their first ever tournament map. I think.
Now, there is a specific reason the 47th was included on the roster for the United States because, well, the 47th is a player that specializes in hard stuff. There's no other way to put it. Just incredibly difficult maps is what the 47th plays, essentially. So this is when we're going to be seeing them. So a lot of anticipation.
Yeah, it's a player that I don't know much about, but what I've heard is the kind of player who thinks that 9-star endgame maps are easier than mid 6-star farm maps. So
pretty much. And ladies and gentlemen, not only is this the 47th's first ever World Cup map, it is their first ever tournament map, period. Right now, finals week, winners bracket, final. No pressure. But thankfully for the 47th, they will go into the fight with DeCreeper and Sekre, two of the very best in the business. But opposed by Serganza, Story, and Narcs. No substitutions for Argentina. Here we go, Wonderstella.
Here we go indeed, and score's going to flicker a little bit at the start here, but it's a slight lead for Argentina as the 47th and Narcs are going to trade misses there. And this map is just under 2 minutes, so it's not a long one.
And just a miss coming out from Sekre as well, so a nice start here from Argentina. 47th is struggling a little bit, but if they can find their footing here, and at least deliver on the end. There could be an opening here. Sarganza does provide a miss from Argentina, but Story and Narcs settling in quite nicely here. The Creeper doing everything they can. Gap settles at 40k.
It does settle at 40k, and at this lower section, quick update: Finland won their last map by 575 points.
So Finland will be advancing to the grand finals week for the first time in their country's history, I believe, as Narcs and DeCreeper have found misses. Sekre as well. Not looking good for the United States here into the final third. Argentina leading by 66k. It's Sarganza's Story.
Sarganza and Story are pulling through. Sarganza's going to find misses, though, but traded by both the Creeper and the 47th, and the lead is once again running away a little bit for Argentina, though Sarganza's miss is going to stop the bleeding a little bit.
And it looks like it is going to be an insurmountable score gap unless it is a team miss from Argentina. Only one comes out from Sarganza. And you can't really count on a player like Story going down or having a bad day. We've seen it time and time again. Showcasing the dominance.
They are indeed, and this turned out to just be a really good pick for Argentina. A double S from Story is a crazy performance here in the finals week.
And the 47th will come in with a respectable 897k. But Argentina were just ready for it.
Absolutely.
And have taken a break point, or that is not a break point, my bad. That is their pick.
It is a very, very good pick for them.
But in convincing fashion, nonetheless. That's got to feel definitely very good. And the 47th with a solid effort here will at least outscore Sekre.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Considering it's their first tournament map ever, not everyone can say that they outscore Sekre on a finals Nomod.
Indeed. But now for the United States. Back to the drawing board here. Second pick. They need to convert. What will it be?
Do you think that they dare go back to the Hard Rock pool? They did do really well on Hard Rock too, but that one is quite different compared to the other two.
And we welcome you from the mainstream, a raid from the main channel, and those of you from the Beat Saber World Cup who rated that match midway through. Finland getting the win 7-5. Top 3 for Finland in the World Cup. They will get the loser here.
Yeah.
Argentina, they're up 2-1. The United States have their second pick. No break points have come out yet. And you've just missed a double S from Story on the Nomod 2 to secure that point for Argentina. Mixed Mod 3 is the pick from the United States.
Yeah, it's going to be Mixed Mod 3. I also want to welcome you guys to this match. You are coming from one banger into this one, and so far this has been really good as well. So, yeah, Mixed Mod 3 here. A pick that I think makes a lot of sense. Once again, from the US, they've shown confidence on the mixed mods. Of course, having some of the best players in the world on each respective mod. So, no surprise here. But I mean, I brought it up earlier. This is one of those situations where Argentina, they also have a player for each mod. There's no free pick against either of these teams.
Indeed. And when you're talking mixed mod on United States versus Argentina, you get to see the two very best hidden players in the world, Lexi and Story, go at it on hidden, and look at where they're lined up in the hidden slots.
Yes, indeed. Lexi versus Story.
It's going to be Narcs and a Creeper. I don't know if Hard Rock is on top or on the right.
I believe the Creeper and Narcs is on Nomod and Sekre and Sarganza is on Hard Rock.
Because I could see it either way, honestly, with these teams.
Oh, definitely. We are going to get into the map. Seems like Gonzo was on the red team for a second. That would not be good. 4v2 is not what you want to see on the side of Argentina here. But Yeah, it's going to be Sargonza and Sekre on Hard Rock, the Creeper and Narcs on Nomod, and as we already discussed as well, Lexi and Story on the Hidden.
Onto the mechanics pick, a snappy, strange rhythm map. Separated by occasional 1/8 snaps as well. Looks like we are getting a abort here from the referee. Looks like somebody got kicked from the lobby.
Seems like it was Sekre who quickly got kicked, but was quick to rejoin, so no issue there. At least no disconnects.
Yep, all good, still in the lobby. We'll try that one more time. No substitutions from Argentina or the United States. Narc's getting quite a few reps in here.
Definitely, and Narcs has been on this when it hasn't been Story and Sargonza. The third player from a lot of the match throughout the tournament has been Narcs, really stepping up this year as well. If you've been keeping up with the solo play from Narcs, has been putting in some crazy scores over the last year or so. So definitely showing a lot of improvement. As Lex is going to be the first one to miss on the side of the United States.
Early advantage for Argentina out of the gate here, as no other players finding any issues in the first 200 combo of the map. And for those of you that are new to Catch the Beat Scorpy 2, all that matters is the combo cap. It's maxed out at 200. So any combo below 200 is hurting your team essentially. And that's pretty much, well, not that accuracy means nothing, it's just weighted far less.
Yeah,
Story.
accuracy, not the biggest factor. Story's gonna find a few misses there. Sargonza as well, so the lead is gonna go back to the US. Sekre though is gonna trade that and stop the bleeding a little bit, keeping the lead at an even 20,000. Oh, but another miss from Sekre there.
That's actually going to allow Argentina to pull this back slowly but surely into the halfway part of the map. Sargonza will go down though. Big miss from Sargonza there, missed quite a bit. And that's going to do some damage.
Finding quite a few misses. It's going to be a double miss from the US. And at the break, they're going to see the combo advantages with Argentina.
Indeed, that will allow Sargonza a chance to quickly catch their breath and allow Argentina to take this lead off that double miss, despite flawless performances from both the Nomod players, the Creeper and Narcs at the top of your screen.
They are putting in the work. But Narcs is going to find a miss, and I guess the advantage back to the US.
The second we think about it.
It really is.
And Lexi will trade, and that was a fairly big miss from Lexi, so now it's coming right back to the center, into the end of the map. This one's going to be close. They're into the stretch now. Advantage Argentina. Story goes down.
Gonna find a miss.
Be a trade. Advantage USA. There's not enough time, and the Americans are going to hold on just barely by 23,000 points.
Yeah, this is the closest point we've seen so far, but no break point quite yet, and it's going to go back to Argentina. What a performance from the Creeper on the double S on the Nomad there.
So a double S from Story, and now a double S from the Creeper.
And it is time for Argentina to pick again, and I'm curious where they're going to go with this. They did do really well on the mechanics pick against the US, so going for one of those maps could be a decent idea here. But the US did well on this one.
Now Argentina. We'll see where they go with this. Again, like I said, no safe picks here left. Wonder Stella.
Yeah. I don't envy the teams who are having to try and navigate through these pick sections, like, because everywhere you look, you know that the other team has a good roster for it. It is going to be Nomad 3 though, And I do think that makes sense considering how Nomad 2 went. Now, again, this is quite a different map, but relying on the high level mechanics on the side of Argentina.
Yeah, going from mechanics to tech. Of course, Argentina did quite well on the reading pick, hidden 2.
Yeah, this is the AR9 gimmick map. We're gonna see very swingy and snappy patterns on this one, and yeah, 3 minutes. 3 minutes of Vocaloid. I'm never gonna complain about 3 minutes of Vocaloid. And it seems like we're gonna get a switch from Argentina. Never mind, Sorganza was just taking a bit of a breather.
We got trolled.
Yes, indeed. I started wondering, considering how often we like to curse the players as commentators, what if we just don't talk? Thoughts?
When we get fired?
That's a good
Isn't that,
point,
like,
actually.
isn't our sole purpose? Like, isn't that the sole purpose?
You bring up a good counter argument. I fold.
Got it.
Seems like the teams are gonna stick with the rosters though, and I don't think that's a surprise to many people. What I could maybe see is maybe Yeeter come in for the United States here, but it is looking like they are gonna stick with the same roster.
They could be saving Yeeter maybe for one of the DT picks.
That's very possible. Very possible.
Because that's the thing, when you get into the finals week area, the problem with the trio of, I guess, I don't know if there is a problem with the trio of Decreeper, Lexi, and Sekre, is that you have to be better than one of them on anything. You know, you have to be the third best, at least. So, likely there's a handful of maps that they've set aside for the other specialist players.
You,
like I said,
you make a good point.
You've got Elux for the low AR hidden, who will probably come in also, and maybe something like Free Mod 2 hidden potentially. 47th for the insanely dense, mechanic heavy stuff.
Yeah, you bring up a very good point there, and at the start of this, we are going to see United States finding a few misses. Story and Narcs did find early misses, but Sorganza's big combo is now gone. So the combo advantage is slightly with the US here, especially with that mix from Narcs as well.
Yeah, Argentina was doing just fine, but that miss from Narcs is going to allow the United States to pull it back to the center, but it's traded by Sekre, so a little bit of breathing room now. It's a short map. Only 3 minutes long.
Indeed. And Sekre gonna find a miss on that one transition.
But so does Narcs. And Story
as well, yeah. So that and Sorganza, so the entirety of Argentina is down. Lexi Sekre double misses. Yeah, the Creeper is holding their own here, making sure that the US aren't completely out of it.
And Narcs has gotten up to 200 to stop that bleeding there a little bit, but Sorganza is going to go down. That's going to allow the Americans a shot here to pull the lead back as Story now approaches that 200 combo threshold. But
it's a full team miss from Argentina!
That is going to be devastating as it is not traded. And the United States with 3 combos above 200 are poised to take a break point here, but they're going to have to bring it home.
They are going to have to bring it home. As Argentina are approaching a 200 combo, but the United States are not folding. Lexi is gonna fold, actually.
It's not enough, though. They're just gonna be at least one more.
But there were more misses coming from Lexi. Narcs is gonna trade that, though, but...
Oh, Sekre!
Yes, Sekre right before the slow stage, but Narcs is gonna miss on these jumps, and they can definitely catch up. Sorganza as well!
That one is going to matter. Narcs had already kind of missed not too far before that secondary one, but Sorganza is going to hurt.
And Story as well. And
United States looking pretty good here. This is going to be the first break point potentially here. As long as they can just maintain some combos here and not completely fall apart. Sekre is the only miss. It's not going to be enough.
That isn't enough. Argentina's running out of time to take this point back. Sekra and Story gonna trade.
The Creeper is just so locked in. Lexi's recovered nicely. And there's hardly any combo for Argentina. The United States will take the first break point of this match and go up 3-2.
Creeper mentioning nerves earlier in the match. They were not being shown here, at least not to us, with that 2-miss 965k score.
Job well done from the Creeper.
Very well done. And it's like you said, that's a break point that one of these teams were so desperately hoping for, and now United States get to pick a map with the momentum in their favor.
Yeah, we'll see if they can take advantage of the break point that they've just gotten. Because now this pick is going to matter for the US. They need to convert here.
They absolutely do, and you're wondering if they're going to go back to the Hard Rock pool now, if they're going to stick with the mix mod. Do you dare pick something like a Nomod 4 against Argentina? It's a very scary map. I feel like the hidden pool is probably gonna stay away from that one.
Yeah, they may go into either Hard Rock or Double Time. That's what I would imagine. I kind of feel like we might be running into our classic Nomod Hidden versus Hard Rock Double Time strategy or pick selection here from the remainder on out. Mixed mod is, again, kind of going to just essentially be a toss-up for the most part.
Yeah, but it is going to be Nomod 4, which isn't a map I expect them to pick. But I do like this pick. It wasn't one that I considered, as I said, but now thinking about it, I do kind of like this pick against Argentina.
Well, it's definitely kind of a riskier pick, but I mean, I think what the Americans are thinking about, right, is the position they would be in if they were able to take this point off the board from Argentina on the convert, because they know Story and Sargonza, or Velperke probably will come in here. Pretty good convert players as well. So I mean, Argentina should be able to put up a good fight on this. But if the United States are able to steal this point here, it's absolutely massive.
100%. We are not going to see a switch from Argentina. They are sticking with that 3-man of Narc, Story, and Sargonza. The Creeper, Alexi, and Sekre are also staying in. It's the battle of these two trios that we are seeing most of today.
Yeah, and it's not the standard trio here from Argentina. They've had a couple substitutions here and there, but Story and Sargonza have pretty much been in on every single map. The Creeper will find an early miss for the United States.
Yeah, it is a very early one though, and this is 3.5 minutes. Quite a dense map. Story's gonna miss, but the Creeper trading that. Alexiel's gonna find a miss, and that's gonna give... Well, it was giving Argentina a bigger advantage. Sargonza missing is gonna stop that.
It's only Sekre and Narcs really finding any traction here out of the intro section, as Story now approaches and reaches 200 combo along with the Creeper and Lexi and Sargonza. So now everyone is recovered, and it's about a 10,000 point lead for Argentina.
Yeah, and as most of us know here, 10,000 point lead in Catch the Beat score V2 is not much. One miss will flip it. But these players are not budging. Yeah, that is half a miss. All the players, though, looking good right now.
Yep, into the first KI section here. And Narcs will get caught out there on the transition. Sargonza as well.
Sargonza not too far behind with a miss of their own. The Creeper, though, and Sekre are going to find misses.
Sekre
the Narcs trading one of them.
Multiple notes there. Dropping down to 99.2. And Lexi goes. He missed.
It's a team miss from the US. And it's only traded by Sargonza, so that's going to stay with Argentina's favor. The Creeper as well finding another miss.
Narc's going down, but Story standing tall. He will capitalize off of that team miss from the United States. Will put Argentina now up by 32,000, 33,000 points.
Yeah, they're going to see at the break here. Now, you're expecting breaks to not affect these players quite as much as maybe other players. They all have the experience to not let those nerfs get too much, but it is still a factor to consider.
This is the gamble. This is part of the risk of that pick from the United States. You take this, the reward is huge, but the risk is also huge too if it backfires.
Absolutely. Nar's going to miss a little bit in that build-up section. And that miss isn't enough, but Sergon's going to find a miss that is going to start flipping it towards the US.
Yeah, this one is still not over. DeCreeper will trade that miss back.
Sekre as well.
Oh. And now it's looking a little bleak here. The Americans are going to need to see at least one, if not two misses out of Argentina.
Yeah, but the map, there's still some missable parts left in this map. It is not over. But the lead is increasing for Argentina. Time is running out for the US.
Does not look like it is going to happen as Lexi falls. Argentina locked in. They're going to close this one out and break right back into this match as Sekre falls.
That's miss from Sekre. Is definitely going to be the dagger in the coffin. Story's miss is not going to be enough of a difference.
But Narcs is going to clutch up here for the most part on the ending. Will finally go down after holding 700 combo. And not enough time. 48,000. Argentina tie it up. And they will have the next pick.
Back-to-back breakpoints. That's exactly what Argentina needed. Didn't let US capitalize on that breakpoint from earlier. And man, what a match this has been so far.
And that was, again, that looking back, the United States might regret going into that Nomod 4 at that time. I mean, obviously they had a decent roster for it, but it was just a risky pick. But again, there's not many safe picks left in the map pools we were alluding to at the time. So I don't know if you could call it a mistake. I think it was a really bold choice that you got to make if you're a team like the US here against Argentina. This is your number one challenger. You have to go for those big risks like that, because if it had paid off, we'd be staring at a 4-2 game and Argentina would be down a break point and be in a really uncomfortable position.
Yeah. You're exactly right. And we're going to see Hidden 3 come out here from Argentina. Going back to the Hidden pool, we haven't seen that since the start of this match. It is the classic Connor culprit map that we've seen, once or twice before. But the maps are very good.
Yeah, the wonky, irregular, technical map you could call. I don't know if you want to call this heavy mechanics, but it's more dash control than mechanics.
Yeah, this is a big focus on irregular rhythm. And there's a big variety in not only rhythm, but also patterns and spacings. So it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate through this.
Yeah, when you have a map like that, that's constantly changing the way it's spaced, with the changing of the rhythms of the beat map, it can be very hard to essentially predict where the next notes are going to fall, because when you play with maps on a certain AR at a certain BPM and you're used to them, you can roughly guess where the next, when and where it's going to fall. But on a map like this, you have to constantly be aware and constantly be locked into what's in front of you here. And with Hidden, that just adds that extra layer of difficulty, because you have to constantly be focused on the top area of your screen.
Absolutely, and yeah, we do see Valpercade coming back into the lobby on the Hidden. Makes a lot of sense. Gonna come in for Narcs.
Yeah,
and
this is definitely a Velper map for sure.
Absolutely, and Lexi is going to be the only one to fall early, as the other 5 players are going to reach 200 combo.
And obviously, something that's going to go into the picking strategy here on out, for the most part, is going to be the transition from map to map, because both these teams are having at least 2 players play pretty much every single map, with roughly 1 player subbing each time. It means that teams have to pay attention to what map is being picked in which order, and that can affect strategy here as the Creeper finds another miss.
Yeah, it definitely affects the pick strategy, as Thor is going to trade that miss from the Creeper. And Velpake and Sargonza both missing, and United States are not trading that, so they're going to take a lead here.
Yeah, good job here by the Americans to find their footing. Mr. Creeper now above 200 combo. The Americans will find themselves in front by about 1 miss with 20k, but
It's a team miss from the US and not a single one from Argentina. They all miss on the same note.
Like a grenade went off on the left side of that screen. And just like that, it's 50,000 in favor of Argentina. We'll come back a little from the miss from Velper.
Yeah, the lead isn't going to be huge from Argentina, but it's a flip that they needed to see, and Lexi finding another miss there. Not going to get up to 200 combo just yet. The Creeper as well.
And Argentina now really settling in quite nicely here. And who else would you expect after finding an early miss to settle in?
Yeah, it's going to be a double miss there from Velpake and Sargonza, but Lexi and Sekre missing as well. Not going to be able to capitalize on that double miss from Argentina. The Creeper, though, having found their footing a little bit.
We'll find a little bit of footing, and Velper going down right as Sargonza hits that 200. Lexi getting back up there will stop the bleeding. Story will finally go down after holding such a huge, massive combo there.
Yeah, I was scared of mentioning Story's combo there, but it's going to go down. And the lead was shrinking for Argentina. The double miss again from the United States. Can't seem to quite capitalize on the misses from Argentina. And time is running out once again.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sekre and Creeper are just having trouble settling back in after those big misses. And Argentina were able to bounce back from theirs much better, in Story popping off here. Look at this team consistency. And it's going to settle around 100k into the ending here. But yep, the hidden pick going the way of Argentina, Wonderstella, just like we thought.
Yeah, the win is going to end up being at around 80,000 points, but while it was looking a little bit dicey for Argentina earlier, the pick ended up making a lot of sense, and they are showing why. That 6 miss from Story is 957,000. I mean,
1100 combo. That's nuts.
That's crazy. What a performance. And it is time for the US to try and find a map of their own to get back on the board.
Yeah, we're able to overcome some serious adversity by getting that breakpoint last time. But now it's back to square one. Maybe down a point, but it's their pick, a chance to equalize. They're not down overall. Story equals messy. That may very well be the case. That might be the most valid statement.
That's a... I mean, you're comparing the best of your country in 2 different sports here. It is a massive compliment, but I think it's quite accurate.
Yeah, if we start forcing players to have jersey numbers, just go ahead and give Story number 10.
Yeah, if you compare these 2 countries when it comes to football, or soccer, as you probably would like to say, then there the US and Argentina don't quite compare. But in Catch the Beat, that's a whole different story, as we're going to see double time 1.
Now this is going to be interesting because DT has not yet been tested here. But it makes sense. Gotta test it at some point, and this is the most reasonable point to do so. That's gonna bring in Sir Alex for Argentina.
Yeah, Sir Alex coming in here, and It wouldn't surprise me if we see Story on this, even though I know Story doesn't really like double time, but this Narc's going to be coming back in. That also makes a ton of sense. Narcs has been putting up some really, really impressive double time scores over the last year, so not surprised, and has been playing double time very well throughout the tournament. So sensible roster for Argentina, and we're not seeing the US switch, it seems. The Creeper, Lexi, and Sekri are staying in.
Yeah, and I mean, this has been the tried and true trio for the United States that has brought them a lot of success. However, you see Argentina playing a bit more of a team game here today. Of course, we do know that the 47th and Elux are here for the United States. We don't know about the status of Yeater.
I'm not sure about Yeater, but if they are not going to come in for this.
However, despite this being the common trio for the United States, it's quite an effective one when it comes to DT.
Absolutely. The Creeper, well-known double-time player, and while Lexi and Sekri might be known for other things, do not let that distract you from their DT skill. Both of them are incredibly capable when it comes to this modification.
Off to the races here, no early misses. Everyone finding their footing just fine here on this double time pick. And that's pretty impressive for Argentina. They will find a double miss there from Sir Gonza and Sir Alex. Not traded.
Yeah, the only difference earlier... Oh, that is a double miss from the US.
Yeah, immediately traded right as I say that, so back to even footing.
Yeah, Lexi and Sekri trying to get back to the 200 combo. And it's going to stay slightly in favor of the United States with 3,000 to 4,000 points is nothing.
And it is solely based off of accuracy and timing of misses at this point.
Yes, indeed, and we're now entering the second half of the map. And Sir Alex is going to be the next one to miss. He's going to give it back to the US.
Now halfway through, Lexi will trade it a little bit later here. Sir Alex again.
Though, yeah, gonna miss once again.
And again, now starting to really struggle is Sir Alex as Lexi now recovers back up to 200. And now it's just over one miss here for the United States. 37,000 and growing. Sekre will be the next one to fall.
And another one. It's traded by Sir Alex though, but... Sekre again, but that one was traded by Sir Gonza. So Argentina isn't able to capitalize on the misses from the US right now.
Only one full combo apiece, and honestly, I think for Argentina, their only hope is for that FC to go down, or Lexi. Lexi does drop though, right as I say that. Can the Argentina...
And the Creeper losing that combo as well.
Here's a chance for a break point on double time. No,
are they going to be able to hold on?
Back. They hold. The Creeper drops Argentina.
They will take it, I think. Yeah, they will indeed hold on to the end, and it's another break point, but this time in favor of Argentina.
With an RKO out of nowhere. Sir Gonza just holds on, and Sir Alex, despite a 900k score, Narcs comes in with an FC.
What a performance from Narcs on this, putting their team on their back.
That
must
all
feel
of a
good.
Sudden manifested. Again, as you said, you just think about it and it happens.
Yeah. And there are few moments in a match where a breakpoint is more timely. Because if Argentina win their next pick, they're suddenly in a match point.
Yeah, that absolutely could be one of the biggest points of the match. But they have to convert right here. That actually just sets them up for, well, what will probably be the biggest point of this match.
Yeah.
And again, that's for the United States. They're going to have to break right back into the match yet again.
Absolutely, and I think Argentina know just how important this pick is. They know that this is the most important pick they might make all match. And where do you go? I think double time is way too risky.
I mean, it's got to either be a mixed mod or a hidden, or maybe Hard Rock 3. It is going to be Hard Rock 3. I was going to say, Hard Rock 1 is probably the least likely selection.
I would agree, but it is going to be Hard Rock 3. I want to see Hard Rock 1 because it's also original. Want to see that we play it. It is a banger. The map is really cool, but it's like you mentioned earlier, you can't just focus on the bangers. You need to focus on what it is you can play and what you expect to beat the other team on. And in this case, Argentina is going to go with Hard Rock 3.
And this is anything but a comfort pick when it comes to Hard Rock. This has tech, this has space strings, anti-flow, all in 3 minutes packaged up by Bunray. It's quite something.
Absolutely. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this one goes. We are going to see Story come back in to the lobby. And seeing Story on Hard Rock, I mean, it's what you expect, right? And the US are going to stick with this 3-man core of the Creeper, Lexi, and Sekre. And I don't think that surprises anybody either.
This is a huge moment here for both of these teams. The United States, they need to break back into this match, trying to defend their title. And Argentina, if they can pull this win off, they will be one win away from their country's first ever World Cup title.
Yes, indeed. In 3 minutes' time, we're going to see if Argentina can secure the match point or if the US are going to take another break point once again. Here we go.
Yeah, the Argentine roster, though, they cannot rest. Not when you're being opposed by DeCreeper, Lexi, and Sekre. The job is not done until you have 7 points on the board. Opening
Zerganza, Zerganza North's going to miss early with Sekre, trading one of those misses at least. But gives an early advantage to the United States.
Zerganza will find yet another miss.
Yeah, as did Narcs.
Solid start here for the Americans, looking to break back in. Not a solid start here for Argentina.
No, Argentina, Story being the only person showing real comfort on this map. Lexi, though, is going to find another miss as well for the US. So the lead is not going to be quite as big.
It's still doable, though, for Argentina. Thankfully, because Lexi did drop there, it's now still within range. They're about a miss or two down. Again, it's hard to count on misses coming out. Story and Sekre will trade. That's going to keep the lead right where it's at for the most part, but only one FC on the board remaining, and it goes down into Creeper!
Yeah, but it is traded by Narcs, though, so the lead is still going to stay in place. Lexi and Zerganza now trading.
Trades left and right. Narcs will drop a miss that is not traded, and Sekre and Story now. The only combos above 200 as DeCreeper now recovers. Zerganza going down. That's going to be big. The United States will build here halfway through.
They will indeed, and we are now entering the second half of the map as Lexi and Sekre are going to find a double miss. So the combo advantage is once again with Argentina as we are entering the second half properly here.
Narcs going down. That will stop the bleeding a little bit here as the Americans recover. They will take over.
They will indeed. Lexi, though, is going to find a miss, but so is Narcs as well.
That will favor Argentina a little bit because Narcs had just been missing, but another miss from Narcs is going to put them further back.
Yeah, we're entering this, these trickier sections here, and the players are looking to hold on. The Sekre is going to fall.
It's just hard to call a map like this, even with the score margin and time left, because the team is going to come out in 8 seconds. As Sekre now goes down, Lexi as well. There could be the only combo left going against Story. Narcs trades a miss back. It's looking good for the Americans, but the Creeper will fall. Argentina.
Story's going to lose that combo.
And that may have very well done it right there. The United States appears if they're going to be able to avert the crisis a second time and successfully break right back into this match on Hard Rock 3. A brilliant performance by the Creeper, MVP of the lobby with 963,000 points.
What a response from the US here. Really showing that we're not going to be deterred by your breakpoint. We are taking one of our own.
And it was a somewhat bold pick of Argentina as well, going for that Hard Rock 3, I must say. So both these teams are making picks that are somewhat risky but not reckless. I mean, that just shows you what they're willing to do. These teams acknowledge here that in a high-stakes moment like this, sometimes you have to be willing to take a little gamble here to risk it all for glory, but neither gamble panning out here, and that means it's going to be even Steven here. But the United States, it's on them to consolidate their next pick and tie this game up.
Absolutely. And what a match to follow up the Finland versus Chile match.
Yeah, absolute cinema this weekend here in the Catch World Cup. For those of you that missed that, Finland defeating Chile 7-5 will advance to the grand final stage next week in the losers bracket finals. So they will play against the loser of this one. Mixed Mod 2 is the pick from the United States.
Yes, indeed. And if you have been around the catch scene for a while, you're going to be familiar with binary mapping conflict. There is a ranked map of this from 2019. This is an edited version of that, and this is a bit more difficult than the one you might be used to.
And you might think, how? How can that be? They made it even more anti-bot. You remember how it wiggled a lot with the 1/4 patterns? Yeah, they made sure it does that a lot more.
Yeah. And another little detail there is the approach rate. The original map has an approach rate of 9.5. This has an approach rate of 8.2. So the Nomod and hidden players not going to be as comfortable to read as you might be used to.
So it doesn't look like we'll be seeing Elux stepping in here. I was thinking we might be seeing Elux potentially.
Yeah,
it's going to be the Creeper, Lexi, and Sekre. And, you know, they may just want to feed the hot hands right now if you're the United States.
Yeah.
You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm sure Elux is more than capable on this map, but if Lexi's got it, you know, it's Lexi.
I mean, if there's any player you trust on hidden, it's Lexi, right? If you're the US team. We're going to see Velper K come back in. Going to be versing the Creeper on the Nomod. And Story going to be the first one to miss on the hidden. The Creeper can trade it though, give an early advantage to Argentina.
We're going to get those early misses out of the way, maybe on a map like this, maybe to help with the nerves. Sargonza apparently will also do the same. And Velper, okay, never mind. All right, I just need to stop talking.
I mean, it's a team that's from Argentina, and I honestly, not to be like that, might be your fault.
Yeah, that one might have been my fault. I might have to write an apology on Twitter after this.
We're going to see more misses coming from Argentina, though, and the lead is not going to stay with them as comfortably.
And now, I almost said that I don't know what's going on. I was about to say Lexi, and then okay, all right, traded by Sargon. It's impossible to do your job in this game.
It really is. We see the Creeper, Velper K, and Sekre though having found their footing once again, and they are making the difference for their teams here. A Story going to find a miss in the slower section, and it's going to give it back to the United States. I say give it back, but I don't think they've had the lead on this map yet.
Yeah, I think they've come very close to taking the lead, but that miss from Sargonza, traded by Lexi, will give them the lead at least temporarily a little bit, so they could say they've held it. But it's not really going to be going anywhere. It's going to be staying right in the center as those combos recover.
Velper, though, missing, but it's going to be traded by the Creeper. So the lead is not going to be big for the US.
It's all on Sekre right now, the top scorer in the lobby. On the Hard Rock, that's very impressive too on a mixed mod when you see the top scorer being a Hard Rock play. Oh my god.
Yeah, but Lexi and Sekre are going to miss, and that gives it right back to Argentina with full force. Velper case miss is going to start the bleeding a little bit, and Story as well. It's slowly going back to the US, but Sekre is going to lose that combo as well. And
Velper going down as well. The trades are coming out. That's the problem. The Americans are getting the misses they need. They just can't seem to consolidate. It's only the Creeper against Sargonza, and Argentina are going to take a break point right back.
yeah, Lexi finding a miss and freezing there at the end.
I think Lexi might have left the lobby early. We might not be seeing a score here.
That might be the case indeed. Wouldn't have made a difference though if they played through the whole way, but... And Argentina wasting no time, they were going straight into hidden one.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yes.
You know, I mean, there are no safe picks, but, you know, Hidden has been their mod. Of course, this is Hidden 1. It's a little bit different than the other Hidden maps in the pool. And traditionally, when you talk about your Hidden 1 compared to the other Hiddens, it's very much like a Nomod 1, you know, your standard Hidden map for the most part. This one just features some slightly wider spacing. And, you know, to match that swing rhythm, akin to a Nomod 3, but we're not getting really too technical. It's just kind of aim, wide spacing, swing. Good old Crowley Hidden.
Absolutely. A note we've been given of this map simply says Crowley Hidden 1. Yep. So if you know Crowley Hidden 1, that's what you can expect from this map.
I know that does absolutely nothing for you if you're a new viewer. That has nothing to do with catch, you know, but like, for those that know, you know.
That's definitely a if you know, you know case. So apologies to anyone who doesn't.
If you don't play some Crowley Hidden, unless you're new, then don't. Please don't.
Yeah, it's an experience for sure. It sets players apart, and it builds character. That's the way I would describe it. It's character building.
Well, the Americans now are going to need 3 consecutive points in order to win this match and go into the grand finals 1 game up. Argentina 1 point away from being 1 win away from history.
Yeah.
Again, they were 2nd place last year to the United States. They would love to go in 1 game up on, well, again, if they win this, it would be the winner of USA Finland. They are not going to use a timeout. The Americans want to jump right into it.
They are indeed. It seems...
And we've lost the Creeper.
Yeah, right now it's a 3v2. There we go, the Creeper's back. The Creeper doing a little bit of trolling.
And you know, I kind of wonder if that decision might come back to bite the Americans. It seems like a timeout at some point would have been really nice, because it just feels like if you are looking at this perspective from the American side, at some point you lost the overall rhythm of the match.
Yeah,
I mean, these break points after break points, and they haven't been losing big time, but they have definitely not been 100% locked in there. You have to wonder, just is that on tilt potentially? We'll have to wait and see.
Will indeed. Time is gonna give us the story, the full story. As these players are holding on early, the only difference right now is accuracy, but don't think that's gonna be the deciding factor in this one.
Colin in chat claiming that the United States plays better without timeouts. Member of the World Championship team from last year. Some insight there. Pretty simple. No misses here as of yet. It's still just a 1 droplet game here, essentially.
Yeah. It is there's not much separating these two teams right now as we
And
are
you
entering
see
the second
why
phase.
Argentina did not pick this first out of the maps. Because the US are quite comfortable on it.
Zekra is gonna be the first one to miss, and then the Creeper and Valparaiso and Story actually. So the lead is gonna stay with Argentina, but it is not a big one.
I say the word comfort and 4 players missed. All right, okay.
Yeah, it's just how it's gonna be. The Creeper, Valparaiso are gonna miss again. Story is gonna stop the bleeding a little bit.
And this favors Argentina. Now all of a sudden they've got a 1 miss lead essentially.
Yeah, this went from being a 3-man or 6-man SC to Sargonza and Lexi. I didn't even get to say Sargonza before they missed though. Right now Lexi is holding on strong, and the lead is slowly going back towards United. Never mind. Sekra and the Creeper are going to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that double miss right there is going to put it right back in Argentina's hands as Sargonza rebuilds. Sekra struggling now. Final third of the map, and the Americans are going to have to lock in if they want to survive here, as Valparaiso will trade one of those misses back. So there is still a chance here if they can lock it in, but trades coming out now. Oh, double miss from Argentina.
That is a double miss from Argentina. Lexi holding on very strong, locked in here for this hit and one. And Sargonza finding another miss, and it is going back towards the US a bit
they need one more.
faster here. They do need one more.
They need just one more miss here as Sekra is recovering.
Sargonza did find a miss.
Valparaiso, there it is.
That is giving it back to the US.
Here's a chance. Sekra, Valparaiso, they trade, favoring the United States. Creepers up to 200.
The lead is slightly with the US, but it's a trade, I think. No, it's not.
No, that miss is gonna stop the bleed. Lexi
But Lexi loses that combo right at the end. It is Argentina. Argentina gonna be able to lock it. They do. Argentina are going into the grand finals through the winners bracket. And what an upset that is gonna be.
A valiant effort from the Americans. That final miss from Lexi. Unfortunately, not enough. The overall consistency on Hidden is too much. And Argentina return the grand final 7-4 with a 7-4 of their own here in winners bracket finals. They will go into the 2025 Oshkosh World Cup grand final as the winners of the winners bracket, meaning they only need to achieve one victory next weekend to claim the title of World Cup champions. The United States, they will go down to losers where they will face Finland in the losers bracket final for that coveted last spot against Argentina.
Yes,
Wow.
indeed. What a match this has been. Last year, they went into the grand finals beating Poland in the losers bracket. And this year, they are going in a bit more comfortably than last year. And what a weekend that is going to be next week. And for this one, we're not quite done. We have a grand finals map pool showcase to bring you at 20 UTC, so in about 48 minutes time.
And that will probably be over on the main channel.
Yes, I would expect as much.
But we thank those of you who joined us from the raid over on the main channel and from the Beat Saber World Cup for sticking with us to the end of this exciting weekend of finals week. We've narrowed it down from 6 to 3. We have our podium finishers. And next weekend we will end it all and decide a World Cup champion: Argentina, USA, and Finland.
Absolutely, and before that we're going to see what the maps are going to be that they're going to battle out on. And we will thank you for tuning into this one.
Hello everyone and welcome to the main event regarding our map pool showcases. This is Grand Finals map pool showcase. I am joined today by the GOAT, Fuhi, otherwise known as Cool Kid, is here with me today. The dynamic duo back at it again. How are you today, Mr. Sean?
Doing great after spending an hour playing through the Grand Finals pool. Can't wait for what we have in store. There's a lot of great songs in here, Connor, I gotta say. Also, you forgot my name. It's CTB White Cat, and I cannot change that back for a year. 2026 is when Fuhi comes back.
I can't believe we get CTB White Cat for an entire year.
That's not happening.
What? Bro.
Yeah.
Embrace your name. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I gotta go. I gotta get a cookie. Can you take over this Nomod 1 real quick?
Yeah, man. I got you.
Alright.
We can go right into Nomod 1. Yeah. I'm sure Mr. Sean burned off probably 400 calories while he was test playing this pool. We have a lot of speed involved in a lot of these maps, and we're going to see a lot more stamina tests than we have in the past. Starting off with our Nomod 1, gonna be Camellia, Power of the Wilderness. Gonna be mapped by Bunray. This is definitely going to be an elevation of last week's Nomod 1, but still quite similar in terms of overall mapping style. Bunray having a part in both of them. Definitely gonna lead to some similar patterns, but you can see the BPM quite horrifying, 300. And we are going to see an abundance of content at such a high BPM here.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey,
what did I miss?
Man.
Oh, okay, wait, we're right in the meat and gravy.
Yeah, 300 BPM Nomod 1, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is one of the maps I did not see, but do I see 9.86 on the bottom?
Yeah,
you
sure do. Almost 10 star Nomod 1. Coming in hot. Just like your cookie.
Yeah, it is. This is a Big Daddy cookie. It's not sponsored, but you gotta get the calories in.
You just like mentioned the brand. You're gonna like.
I did.
You're gonna go to their store and be like, I mentioned you guys in front of like 300 people. Can I get a free cookie?
Oh, 300 people watching?
Yeah, man.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, guys. This is great.
Anyways, a lot of hyper chains here I'm seeing. That's kind of Bunray fashion, right? I feel like Bunray always makes like kind of inflated SR, but he always delivers. I'm just saying, always.
Yeah, the hyper chains are just so clean. One of the best to ever do it. IMO.
I actually agree. The veteran himself. I don't know.
You do get a spinner break. I'm gonna be curious how many people go full force on the spinner, or if they just try to make it an extra long break to keep the stamina high.
I think it's worth spinning here. I mean, this break seems already very long.
Yeah, but you can make it even longer. You could get up, get a bottle of water, you could get a massage.
Okay, I don't know about that. You probably get a cookie and come back. But
oh, true. You're only gone for
depends
like
on how close your
seconds.
pantry is.
Yeah.
I think I was gone longer than that, but
Oh,
double spinner again.
Yeah, it fell short to me, man. See some soft precision here. Just a lot of like snapback hyper dashes.
Yeah, these precision sliders with these snappy chains are always really easy to miss on, in my opinion, especially under nerves. Ooh.
Yeah, here we go. Getting into Archaea, gonna see a lot more of these super quick 1-4 sliders.
A lot of very snappy. I mean, 300 BPM snaps are always a menace, I swear. Like, I think this. Oh my! Wow. Okay, there's a lot going on the screen. I can't even talk. Like, everything's happening so fast here.
We have made it to Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, yeah. A little bit of a timing part there. Some 2 misses come from QW. You know, if the goat is missing, you know, you're in for a hard time.
Yeah, normally I have that phrase where it's like if our replayer can do it, you can do it too. But
I mean, if your replayer is the #1 player ranked right now, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't use that this round. But that's okay. That final burst section.
This kind of reminds me of Maximum Blaster a bit. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah,
Seems slightly easier.
Yeah, I definitely think it's of similar style to Maximum Blaster.
Very snap speed heavy, stamina. But that break definitely will do justice. And I think it also has the potential to show like a decider for who actually wins. So I think nerves will play a bit in there. Maybe people will lock in more at the end.
Yeah, getting to see the score while giving players a break just to recoup and power through that last chunk. I think we're going to see a lot of amazing scores come out of this map. Alright, Nomod 2. We're going to have Rusty coming in for what he is primarily known for, his very techie turnaround style mapping coming in. We're going to see a ton of one-off hypers in this map. And
that pattern right there is so hard.
Yep.
I played that 12 times. I didn't hit it once. It gave me like a Rockma vibe to it. You know, like it was like if Gemzu and Rockma made one pattern, and you just combine them together. That's the pattern I think you'd get. Anyways, I think the map definitely kind of like goes a bit lower in difficulty here. This is just kind of like a little bit of an easier snap section, but it'll really pick up coming up right here. Yeah, so you got these little 1/8s.
Yeah, these 1/8s definitely not defining the map, and I think a lot of the difficulty comes from these burst streams. But compared to
I think a lot of the speed snaps.
Yeah, some slight foreshadowing, but compared to our control picks of the round, what's nice about this pick is you don't really need dash control for it. You can look at only like 60 dash presses halfway through the map. You can hold dash with a lot of these stream sections, and that's gonna feel very nice with some of the precision maps we have coming up.
Yeah, I think you can actually get away with less dash presses, but I think it's all obviously like dependent on the player.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think Dusk can one tap this?
I think
you know
so.
how Dusk is like the one tapper nowadays.
Yeah.
Only holds dash throughout the map. Ooh. A little bit of like a speed check there.
Yeah, coming into our final burst, gonna see a lot more of those stair patterns coming into this.
Yeah, ooh. If you miss that part coming before that like little burst part, you will probably miss all of that. Which we just seen. Yeah, very, very snap heavy.
Yeah, quite standard for what a Nomod 2 provides, but still very fearful because of how possible it is to chain miss the more intense sections. Also, chat wants to know, how's your cookie, man?
It's good. Shout out Big Daddy Cookie.
Yeah, 1 out of 10.
Chocolate chip flavor. 1 out of 10, 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
That's why I'm just freely talking like this. I'm really loving this cookie. I'm a bit happy right now.
8 out of 10, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaking of 8 out of 10, Fuhi79 coming up here with an 8 out of 10 replay.
Wow.
The debut of Fuhi79.
Wow. Italy cool kid? Italy CTV white hat?
The Avenged. All because of that Italy FF, you know, we have a new fighter on the block.
Yeah, Fuhi79 going to be showing off Nidoking's map. Going to be kind of a rehash of what we've seen from Nidoking in his previous CWC appearance. Going to be very high CS precision wiggle style. Going to be a lot of patterns that you can like soft tap into, but we are going to see a big stamina check paired with precision here. A bit more hypers than in the previous map of his last time at Grand Finals. or finals, sorry. But it is going to be a very similar vibe if you are familiar with Mido King's maps.
Yeah, I think this map in particular is very stamina heavy. There's 0 breaks. I mean, I guess this kind of serves as a break, but coming up into the last KI, I think it gets a lot more wiggle heavy. Like I was starting to lose my stamina here going into this ending, but overall, just very kind of like precision wiggles, kind of similar to last year, the Flower of Edo, I think, but I feel like a bit harder than this. So
yeah, having it be grand finals and then a finals definitely had the wiggle aspect turned up a bit. It's also nice to see level 4 again. I still remember when he made an original for us 2 years ago, and it's very nice to have him mapped again for a pool.
yeah, definitely not like the Zizix level 4 map that we've seen in 2023, but this is I found this very enjoyable. It's probably one of my more favorite maps in the pool. Kind of chill, very consistent.
Yeah, that ending is definitely brutal as well, with a lot of like wiggle control. Like you're slowly leaning to the right, then the left as you're turbo wiggling.
Yeah, a lot of precision involved there on the build-up.
Yeah, still an amazing debut from Fui79.
Yep. And here we have Duplicity Shade, Connor. Did you think you'd ever see Duplicity Shade debut in a Grand Finals convert pick?
No, it is cut. Since I assume most people are familiar with this song. This is cut, and I do think it's worth mentioning that first of all, that wiggle is fire. I cannot believe Bob wiggled that.
That is awesome.
A lot of this is going to be still modified and likely updated tomorrow. So there are some scary patterns in here that are going to be changed. We've done a lot of changing of this map to make sure it was suitable. And as of right now, it feels like there's a bit too much learning involved. So we're going to do our best to get this quite balanced. So don't take this, don't take what you see here at face value too much.
Yeah, grain of salt, for sure.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the parts are kind of very RNG. I mean, not a lot, but there's a couple parts that are, I feel like you just need a really good run to kind of get in. You need to be like in the groove to hit it. Everything just kind of goes your way. But
yeah. Like, still overall, shout out to Fob and Trigon for working to make this pick even possible. It was a vision originally that Trigon had, and they started working on it together. Ran out of time due to other things, so we're going to try to get it beefed up the best we can. These stacks here are really awesome looking though. Just a lot of these unique stack shapes that we just haven't really seen very often in catch mapping just because of how unique they are.
yeah, I think the concept itself is really awesome, but I think after maybe a little bit of spacing fixing, it'll be a lot more consistent. And I mean, look at the cut right into the big Ki part.
Boom!
None of that, slow vocal stuff here. No, not in Grand Finals. We want to get right into the thick of it. I mean, there's a lot here to uncover. I mean, like kind of these space streams, a lot of these like hard rock looking patterns, the hypers in the middle. I guess you could call it a full flavor. A little bit of a hyper walk there as well. Like, I don't know. Really, I mean, I really like the concept of this Nomod board.
Yeah, some like very fast turnarounds, but just some overall really like far dashes into some of these super precise streams. And then we have this hyper chain part that's missing a few hypers, forcing even more precision. Like I said, don't take too much at face value. Some of it's just too brutal.
Overall, I'm a really big fan of this. I think it's a huge step up from last week's Nomod 4.
It's grand finals. That's just the way it is, you know?
Yeah, gotta go big or go home, right?
Yeah. I wonder if that phrase has ever been used before. We should coin that. Go big or go home.
I think that's a common phrase. Am I wrong?
No, I've never heard that before. That's
What?
a good phrase. Yeah, man.
I think you're trolling me here. But anyways, moving into our hidden one.
Going
Looks like
to
you're
be-
kind of more familiar with this.
I am. It's Des9. Des9 making another return to the map pool. I almost feel bad that it's hidden, considering his last hidden map just got essentially target banned by the earlier teams. But we're not in the earlier teams anymore. Going to be Will Stetson living life. Going to have the Genshin-themed background that was decided 2 minutes before Showcase, because the previous one was AI. Shout out to Leo. He noticed that Hu Tao suddenly had 6 fingers, and we were like, oh, what the hell? So, yeah, huge props.
A little bit freaky.
Yeah. Background sponsored by Diletto, who instantly found something, because that's just the type of guy he is.
Probably in the middle of the Genshin session.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I have Hu Tao. I have an idea. Going to see a very common theme with this map. A lot of these kind of like one-off droplets that are off. I can see a lot of our endgame players trying to ignore them. But it's going to be a lot harder to ignore these droplets in the Ki, where the slider tech becomes a lot more abundant with how snappy they become. The dashes become quite far. Same with the kind of double hyper slider into a turnaround. Just a very precise pattern that the Ki tests.
Yeah, it might be worth kind of skipping these droplets for the sake of combo. I mean, I don't think... You think we'll see a full combo in this? It's always hard to say, you know? I don't know how many full combos we've seen in the Grand Finals pool, but...
I think we usually see like 2 to 4. I think. Maybe.
I won't quote you on that, but...
Yeah,
I will
no,
take
do
your
not
word.
do not quote me on that. Yeah, do not quote me on that.
Kind of got Will Stetson here, like singing you to sleep with this slow slider part. Kind of just waiting for it to pick up again. You know it's gonna pick up. This is Grand Finals. But you just kind of get to enjoy these Will Stetson vocals.
Yeah, I know we have a abundance of Will Stetson fans here today.
Oh, there we go. A little
Yeah,
hyper
yep.
wiggle in there. AR9 hidden hyper wiggle.
Yeah, huge choke point there. But it's not going to matter too hard since you jump right back into this Ki as well.
Probably really easy to miss because you're like sitting in this like slow slider part, kind of just waiting for it to pick up again. You don't know what the swing is going to be like. You kind of just get thrown into it there. Definitely going to be like a practice thing. You got to look out for it.
Yeah, I think this map's difficulty definitely comes from the 2 Ki's. And
Ooh, I like this ending.
yeah. Very snazzy ending.
Kind of like a whiplash ending.
Yeah, I think the difficulty primarily comes from both the Ki's, while the rest of the map definitely gives you a bit more wiggle room without wiggles. Just a bit of breathing to be done.
Bit of breathing.
Yeah.
Don't suffocate under these Will Stetson vocals.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
I didn't realize you liked Will Stetson so much.
He's my goat, bro.
I'm learning a lot about your music taste. I learned that you were
Yeah,
in the
dude.
Nanahira, now you're in the Will Stetson.
Dude, the Nomod
Wow.
4 was a banger. Anyways,
Yeah.
moving into our hidden 2.
Gonna be Crowley coming in, making it full circle. I don't know if any of us remember Qual's hidden 1. You guys better, because it's a sign you played before. But if you remember Qualifier's hidden 1, this is actually the exact same artist. Crowley has officially made it full circle, coming back to map this artist once again for Grand Finals this time. Gonna be Fire 4 fun. Gonna be AR8, everyone's favorite AR. Not gonna dip too low on something like this, considering a lot of the kind of tech streams that we see. Just a lot of disproportionate spacings overall that provide it with difficulty.
Yeah, not really my my type of map, so I can't really comment on anything here. You know, I'm very I've underplayed a lot of hidden, so I've always avoided this. But I was kind of wondering where Crowley would be, especially because I thought Crowley would be the type of guy to map that Will Stetson from earlier. It fits the slot really well.
Crowley does strike me as a Will Stetson type of guy. That's a good point. Now, a lot of people have pointed out the background already being familiar.
Yeah, I was gonna say this looks kind of. I couldn't put my I didn't want to say it out loud, but can't really, you know.
No, I know. Listen, I feel bad. I don't know the Crowley lore, but I know he's used this before. But I don't know where he's used it.
This is like a rank map or something.
Yeah. Oh. Sorry, Crowley. We don't know your lore enough.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. Never been a big Crowley player, anyways.
Dang.
You're like, hey, that's okay. He maps usually for hidden, right? That's not my.
Yeah. Okay. No flame. Also, yeah, live update from Crowley. He doesn't like Will Stetson, so we were wrong in that assumption.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah,
that was a blunder on my part.
I think us commentating this map just reveals we need to update ourselves in the Crowley lore.
Yeah, we can do that later. How about that?
Yeah,
I got a lot of content to unpack here, Connor.
Yeah,
I don't even think we're halfway through.
Yeah, wait, we're almost up. It's 950k. You're rolling.
Oh no, I don't mean the map. I mean the pool.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, amazing score from Roido. The Roido replays this year have been utterly glorious. Just hitting a lot of those.
Popping off, dude. I don't know. I just feel like he's the best player ever. Like, so underrated.
Yeah, hitting a ton of those snappy turnarounds. Now, I will say, having been the one that mapped Hidden 3 last week, it was quite interesting to try to find a way to elevate that slot for grand finals. But I think we managed to find a way to do it. And I think the best way to do it this year was with an Osu original, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get right into it.
Whoop, whoop.
And there we have it, the return of Wangle with Goodbye to Your Vicious Cycles. It's amazing to have her back for another Osu original. This is her second time coming to CWC. She's since actually gotten involved with our community, which has been truly amazing to see. That as soon as we got the opportunity to have her back once more, I knew that we just had to take it. I'd like to thank the illustrator Sardines for making the background. I really love this background, especially with the mapper being Fob. I think it's a very Fob-pilled background. And Z419 for the graphic design. And our design quality assurance team, CMDR Saturn and Bullmaster Flex, and Sakura being our coordinator. Fob did the replay, which is very fitting. It is his map, and I did have a small part in his map in the kind of build-up section. Compared to Jelana, this map is definitely a big elevation for specialized hidden, and I'm very curious how players are going to handle it. There's a lot of these like very tricky light tap dashes into the aggressive 1-8 hyper. So I'm very excited to see this get played, and I adore the song. Thank you for joining us once again, Miss Wangle.
Yeah, this has got to be probably my favorite Wangle song I've heard. I just think this is my type of genre that I really like. Doesn't really feel as similar as the style that was taken in Nomod 2 last year for Wangle, but in general, I really like the direction of the map in general as well. I mean, we pointed out in our own discussion when the map was playing that Fob did not like your style of mapping in that other second half there. So I don't know. It might be interesting to see if there's any counterflame in the map pool feedback. After the showcase,
maybe we'll both get flamed together. And it also is worth saying that, yeah, this is definitely a very different style from the previous Nomad 2. It is worth shouting out that Fob gave a lot more creative direction regarding where the song should go, which I think was the right call at the end. I think it led to a very unique result that did deviate enough from their previous Nomad 2 to create something truly unique while still having Wangle return once again. So thank you in abundance, awesome. Wangle.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Alright, I think we can move to Hard Rock 1.
Hard Rock 1. Pain remains. From Diletto, he had to just pull it out right there for the grand finals, the big reveal. We also have a sound or storyboard coming in here as well by Pixel.
I was gonna say soundboard, bro. That's crazy.
I'm sorry, I'm used to listening to SoundCloud recently.
Oh, okay, chill. I shouldn't be flaming my co-caster. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay, man. I'm used to it.
Damn. And then, yep, getting right into it. When you see the mapper Diletto, you see the Hard Rock, you see the streams. I feel like with a lot of our tournament players that have made it to grand finals, they all have an expectation on how this map is going to play, while mapping the expectation of what grand finals should end up testing at the end of the day. This map has been finished for quite a while. Huge props to Diletto for working as efficiently as he did. This is his skill set, and I think he managed to work through it very well.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of like Lorna Shore and these just like kind of scream metal maps, I mean, Diletto's the one to do it. Especially to, is this the trilogy finish?
You're asking the wrong guy, man.
Finished.
Diletto, can we get a fact check? He's in the chat.
Maybe. I don't think so, actually. I think there's. I mean, other than Rinkia's Pain Remains 2, I think that's the only one missing from Diletto there. But, anyways, I think the whole trilogy in terms of CTB is finished for this Lorna Shore song.
Okay, chat is saying part 2 isn't mapped yet.
Okay, yeah. There is a Rinkia part 2, but
okay.
I think we should expect Diletto to hopefully map a part 2 and put it into, you know, a big... Actually, you can't do that because part 3 is ranked. Okay, never mind. I take that back. Immediately. Do not I am not supporting content bloat, guys. Do not do that.
I appreciate that stance. Stand against content bloat. I love that hyper slider a lot, by the way. That transition into this PI is amazing.
Yeah, very clean. A couple of those like hard rock patterns. I guess they're hard rock patterns. There's like mini standstills in the middle of the screen. It's kind of happened, I think, maybe 3 or 4 times so far.
Yeah, I feel like they're very like soft and expected instances. Maybe not like super expected, but you're expecting to find them when you load up this map.
Yeah, I think usually Deleto's maps do have a couple hard rock patterns in between them. It's kind of what gives it that extra difficulty. But overall, I don't see anything that's like... I think maybe they've been modded out.
Yeah, going strictly for hitting that consistency bar for hard rock with a lot of the different stream shapes that are provided, just ensuring that our players can keep up at such a kind of high level being able to play maps like these. I do think out of the pool we are going to see like a higher score average for the consistency maps this round, especially considering some of the specialties that we've already seen, like Hidden 3.
I think that the players that are left in the pool are very familiar with this type of, you know, metal hard rock scheme. I mean, we got like Lexi, Zekre, the Creeper, Story, Serganza, even VD, Kaguya. Yeah, all the I think all the teams are very well equipped to take on this challenge. I also just like to point out QWHJ SS. I think that's very impressive for a map like this, especially just for the showcase.
I'd also like to shout out Illustrious 307 for using the storyboard to its intended purpose, to be able to sing it in chat as it's happening. I should have asked Mr. Fuhi here to sing for us.
Yeah, well, I guess
That's
well,
my
it's too
fault.
late.
Yeah, maybe next year.
Next year.
All right,
Moving in.
Hard Rock
Rock
2, and I do need to point it out because this one is a little special, that the mapper is capable of playing his own map. This is a real Minyam replay. He really wanted to make it happen, and he pulled through and set an amazing score. Everyone was impressed, because this is our precision hard rock of the round. The map itself is fairly standard, but the circles are just so tiny! You need your reading glasses to read this map.
Yeah, honestly, I am ridiculously impressed from Minium to be able to play this. Just this caliber map. I mean, I couldn't even play it. You know, I'm the big circles guy, right? The big CS abuser, the homer platter. But being rank 120 and being able to play at this caliber, honestly, impressed me a lot. I mean, he was very dedicated to get the score, so I think he deserves to be doing this.
Yeah, we see a lot of these streams that just have like the softest tap dashes, and we can see quite a bit of dash control in this map. Map's not super long, but we're already at like 110 presses, moving through like such a non-dense map as well.
Yeah, one miss and you lose a lot of score. I mean, I think that's just kind of how Hard Rock 2 has been playing out for, you know, the majority of this tournament. But, very punishing. I think this might be one of the easier maps in the pool. I think if you really practice it and you're good at this, like, kind of high CS thing, it might not be overly problematic. There's nothing too complicated.
Yeah, not to mention, Minyam is running it back with this artist as well.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, no, Yoshi left something in the notes that we now have a Tito quota because of Mid-Yam.
Okay. And that's
But
a
yeah.
wrap. I just want to point out 8 misses and you get 826k. This is just how it's gonna go.
It's just that
it's
type
brutal
of
like
map.
that. This can definitely be a flip type of map for sure. Very demanding, and you can't really be too nervous on this because this is as precise as it gets for our grand finals.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be hunched over in your chair. You're gonna have your glasses on. You're gonna have to be 2 inches away from the screen.
You're gonna have to lock in.
5 centimeters if you use centimeters. You know how it is.
Yeah, for our centimeter lovers.
Yeah. Alright, gonna have
Anyways.
Zizix on the Hard Rock. Gonna be Link 0, Mei. Gonna be Aura. A lot of people know Zizix for his Hard Rock 3s, given the previous ones that he mapped in CWC. It's a skill set he is very good at mapping, and one that generally people are very happy to see. A lot of people have requested it. Even our test players are like, at the very start of CWC, they're like, you're giving Zizix Hard Rock 3, right? You gotta give Zizix Hard Rock 3. It's just what he does. I think this map in particular is going to be slightly different from the previous instances. We're gonna see a lot more softer tech than just pure streams throughout its duration. But the most that the tech usually does is simply speed up your platter, and that is going to be paired with the Zizix streams that we all know and love.
Yeah, I didn't really get to look at this map since the QW just kind of instantly took care of it by the time I was trying to play this. I'll see another big shout out to QWHJ. I mean, he killed his wrist to do these replays. Like, he destroyed his wrist. So, very happy for him to take care of this whole, stress of having to perform a good score for the showcase. But honestly, he is the man to do it for, especially like a tech pick like this, coming from Zizix.
Yeah, definitely not a super precise Hard Rock, and nothing too crazy in regards to the Hard Rock patterns. We just do see those instances of like further dashes paired with the Zizix streams that we all know and love. But apart from that, that is going to be mostly how this map plays out until we reach our final burst, which is right here. Oh, I almost had you there, didn't I?
And it picked up.
Yep. Nobody saw that coming, right?
I did not see it coming. I thought it was just going to be some lo-fi hip-hop ending for the next minute of the song.
Yeah. Yeah.
But of course, can't have that for Grand Finals. I thought it was going to be Will Stetson singing. That's going to be Will Stetson, just Will Stetson bomb.
No. Yeah, you know how it goes. Except you don't, because I fooled all of you. Gonna see a lot more hyper chains here. Gonna be mixing in some of the 1/8s to the Zizix patterns that we all know and love. And we are going to see an abundance of these kind of soft but wide wiggles coming in the very end here.
Yeah, very much like an Everest elevation here. Massive elevation. Did not see that coming, but...
Man, I have to use Everest elevation now. I have to coin that. That's my new way of saying it.
You can use that for our upcoming tiebreaker.
Whoa!
You guys are not ready for this tiebreaker.
You've seen it?
I have seen it.
Wow!
And nobody can guess what it is. Nobody's even close.
Wow!
Oh yeah.
No, dude, I'm excited. I cannot wait to get there. I want to see what it is.
But wait, you gotta go through the DTs.
Oh, you're right.
And the mix mods.
Okay.
And we will have our terminus. Like Chicken Bible would say.
True, Chicken Bible would say that. Going to be FDF. We have not seen her in a while. Coming in for DT1. Going to be our consistency pick of the round for double time. Gonna go all the way up to 10.5. And
9.3 DT.
yep, everyone's favorite. With this map in particular, compared to finals, we are going to see generally a higher SV and a lot more jumps involved. Gonna see a lot more like hyper dashes as an overall point. I don't think mechanically the map is too intensive, just very snappy, both with like these 1-4 hyper jumps and a lot of wiggly style jumps as well. Oh hey, look at the replayer.
Yeah, P8107 underscore Homer Choke DT underscore user gonna be giving us the replay here. That man fought a lot of hard battles to get this replay to us here. By hard battles, I mean 3 tries.
Wow.
I did not think it was that bad, honestly. I only had trouble with the small little part before like the 1/8 burst standstill, but overall, like the movement is very smooth. I think fits really well into DT consistency, kind of like a reading movement pick. Definitely harder than a million time. The recent map in the rank section that's worth 1.4k.
Yeah, and this guy would know P8107 Homer, aka the Cookie Monster, aka Fuhi79.
Cookie Monster, bro.
I had to coin that after this showcase. Bro leaves mid showcase to get a cookie. If that's not Cookie Monster behavior, I don't know what is.
That's such a cool name, the Cookie Monster. The big balls Homer Platter Monster coming in for fun, and perhaps more to come.
Those who know. Yeah, jumping into our final TI, we have a few gaps given the song, but it's just DT, it just doesn't last that long.
No, very demanding.
Yeah. Back into it with still quite a few of these scary, like, one-off hypers that you instantly have to snap back away from.
Homer choke at the end there. Unfortunate there, but we move forward into DT2 with Fuhi underscore Homer underscore gaming. The Homer meme is in full effect here. This map was making me crash out, I am telling you now. I was starting to see patterns that weren't even there, Connor, I'm telling you now.
No, and what does that mean? Like, were you hungry? Did you need a cookie?
This was before the cookie, so...
Oh, okay.
The crash out was in full effect.
Okay.
No gamer drink, no cookie. Everything was... Just the pure gamer rage was coming out for this pick here. You see that really tricky wiggle. I think that movement in particular is probably one of the harder ones. It's kind of like a standstill tap wiggle. I don't even know how to explain it. Just like, if you play it, you will see what's going on.
It's an elevation. An Everest elevation.
It is an elevation, for sure.
Yeah.
This part was kind of chill. Get this little break here. Who's winning? I don't know, but you got to spin to win, you know what I'm saying, Connor? So, back into the meat and gravy. Same style as the first half. I don't think it picks up too much, but you get a little bit more of these wiggles that start to kind of come out. These kind of like the creeper style wiggles. And I think you will especially see it heading towards the ending here. That's a very big snap. It's a lot of inputs there.
Yeah, just a lot of these like 5-note bursts you like turn around into, I don't know what to call that path.
Yeah, I don't know. Then you got these wiggles too, like, oh, I don't know. Very speedy at the end there. Especially if you're running out of stamina, very big choke point. With this big long spinner that I can't spin. So let's hope it's not a spin to win. That would be a heartbreak, but
it'd be interesting as well, because that spinner does definitely give like a slight chunk of score.
Very much so.
The maps are very hard. If you lose focus for a second, the other team's gonna swoop in.
Yeah, just like this Valley of the Veil is swooping in here. We got our medal. Kind of got our, you know, standard DT farm, except here's the story. This is not farm. This is nowhere near farm. I was also crashing out on this a lot. This one, I don't know. This is not my skill set, and it's not I don't know. It's not an 8-star DT, so I'm immediately riding. But banger song, Replayer, Valley of the Homer, or the Damned. Clear reference to the recent ranked shenanigans.
I will say, I think it is funny to note that the second Sean gets eliminated and starts helping us out, like, the amount of metal songs that get mapped, like, doubles. Purely coincidental, but
yeah, so
I think
awesome.
it's just great. Yeah. This guy's loving it.
Oh yeah, I'm loving it. Nice slogan there, dude.
Yeah, oh!
Sponsored by McDonald's or what? Ba 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 ba.
I think a third of the showcase has been about food. The Cookie Monster, you've used the phrase like meat and gravy like 3 times.
Yeah, because we're cooking, Connor. We're cooking with this. We gotta cook it up, and then we gotta serve it to the people. We serve it to the masses with this tiebreaker that's coming up. I'm telling you guys, this tiebreaker is good, man.
Yeah, I am ecstatically excited for it. I think overall, with this being the streamy DT, a lot of the like tricky instances come from walk precision of when you decide to tap dash when moving along a stream.
Yeah, this is very much like you have to learn this map for sure. You gotta kind of know when to. I mean, I'm just blundering there. I started to get tilted here, but you definitely gotta know a lot of like when to let go a dash, when to start walking. Those patterns too. I think they're always walk, just that vocal in particular. But I think overall, really well done.
Also, chat, I will say Sean was the first person to post that copy pasta into the map channel, so...
Actually, I was not.
You were not?
It was Diletto. It was
Wow. Wow!
Gotta give props where props are due. I cannot take the privilege of being the first to think of such a thing. But
Wow. Thank you, Diletto.
bass song by Greeper, I gotta say. Very based. Moving into our X-Gon DT4. I feel like anytime you see X-Gon and it's grand finals, kind of poop your pants a little bit. And rightfully so. Because, wait for it. Ooh! Right into it. Calling you what you deserve to be told as you go into these tricky CS 5.5. I think this is AR... I forgot the AR 8.5 maybe?
That's,
I don't know, but this is very vulgar. Don't show your kids this.
It is 8.2. It is 8.2. So it's even
Okay,
lower.
8.2. Yeah, very demanding map. This is not the Susumu Hira Sawa that you were looking for out of last year's, but you got it in the finals, so that's the quota, okay? I kind of wish we had another Susumu, but, you know, X-Con can do what he wants. He's X-Con, man. He's earned it.
Yeah. Like, we had it in finals, you know, like, more people could enjoy it in finals because there were more teams around. So, it's like a balancing act.
There's a lot of swearing in here for no reason. I don't know. The guy in the background is just like CTB Rager. I don't know.
Yeah, you're the Cookie Monster. He's the Cookie Rager.
Yeah. Stop calling me a B word. Call me Homer, please. Another amazing replayer there.
If any of you guys ever needed motivation to become a top player, you get to name all of your replay names after one specific
Homer.
joke. Yep, or Homer.
I thought you were going to say if you want to become a top player, just name yourself Homer. And I think that's also kind of valid.
Yeah. But then you won't be able to change it for a year, which might have consequences depending on your name change.
I wouldn't regret it. That timing's crazy.
Yeah.
A little bit of timing there. Live Fuhi reaction when he finds out he can't change his name back to Fuhi.
Yeah, we have a ton of wiggles in this last section here. Overall, with like a lot more slider usage here as well.
Yeah, some of those. Yeah, this big like 1/16th spinner too. I don't even know how you would spin that, but
Learnable.
yeah, very much like a gauntlet. I mean, full of like hyper sliders, kind of like a techie hyper sliders, mixed with that obviously CS5 precision. Unfriendly, but that's XCon for you, right? I mean, XCon is always known as brutal mapping.
It's always learnable.
It is learnable. I will say that for sure.
And you have CTB Rager motivating you to do better.
That's true. Anyways, moving on here. Mix Mod 1. Connor, I feel like I've seen this artist before.
Really? You've seen Owie
Like I
before?
did. Maybe. Was that
Welkus?
last year, maybe?
Yeah, an original. Wow, this guy knows the
Was that
lore.
Mix Mod 1 too? Or was that Mix Mod...
I think it was Mix Mod 3.
Okay.
Oh god, I'm gonna be wrong and chat's gonna yell at me. But yeah, I think it was Mix Mod 1.
It was a Mix
Or
Mod.
3, Mix Mod 3 for
It was
finals.
a Mix Mod.
And yeah, we do sense like the original they made for us was definitely kind of unique, what Owie normally makes, having that be a chiptune style. But we do sense a little bit of that from this song, and it's going to be just as streamy. And I think the BPMs are also the same. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, except this is, in my opinion, a very big step up from the other... I don't even know how you pronounce it. AO... I'm just gonna call him AOI. Or
It's
Owie.
Owie.
Owie!
Yeah, it's out.
Mommy, I made a boo-boo Owie!
That's
Sorry.
why CTB Ranger was so upset last map, man. Owie!
I was. You'll actually see an Owie from QWHJ in this replay. But anyways, full of, I don't know, tech stuff like this stuff coming up here. There's a lot of really brutal, like, snapping, especially on Hard Rock. Like, even on Nomod, this was hard, but Hard Rock, I think it's even more amplified. Like, that right there, brutal. I mean, oh, look at that. I mean, I'd be tilted from that miss, too. That was on, like, almost nothing.
Yeah, that was a definite Owie moment, bro.
No, you'll see the Owie coming up. There is an Owie in this map. But... anytime dust maps, you know, tech, it's usually very difficult.
Yeah, we
I
see
think
a lot of
it was the same with Ghoul as well.
Yeah, we see a lot of the difficulty with Dust come from 1.4 compared to a lot of the tech that modern mappers use. Like, a lot of the Dust 1.8s aren't really difficult like the 1.4 patterns are.
Just wait until you get into the meat and gravy of...
Oh,
look,
yeah,
Bosky
that-
incident right there.
Yeah, Owie moment. QWH disconnected,
Hit the
and he wanted that to be mentioned.
Yeah. He had a bit of a lag spike there from what we're seeing in the replay chat. But, anyways, back up to focus here, 200 combo. Oh, never mind. Commentator curse, and it's not
Wow.
even in the match.
Dude.
This is why I quit commentating.
That's why you quit? Cursed too many people? Made too many
Yeah.
enemies?
That pattern right there, I think you just missed it, Connor, but that pattern came out of nowhere, and it was just like a jump scare, and it just disappeared. But I think that's also really hard. It's
Yeah,
from
that's spooky
right
as
to
hell.
left, 1/8.
Yeah, right to left, the only two directions in the game. And we do see a few tricky stack patterns, but yeah, a lot of it just comes from the streams, just the snappiness of it all.
Yeah, you really gotta play this to kind of grasp how tricky some of these transitions are. I can't really put it into words. It's just like, I don't know. You try to play along with it, and it's just like, it's a troll map. But
Wow.
I mean, I'd be upset too. Look, just 8K off of 900K. Like,
Yeah. He got an owie!
You did have an owie with that disconnect incident there.
It's okay. We provided him with band-aids and water after he sent that replay.
Yeah,
He should
and
be
we're
feeling
gonna
all
be
better.
heading into Mix Mod 2.
It's a cactus!
Ken! I am so happy Ken is back again. Rightfully so, the Mix Mod GOAT, as was previously mentioned in earlier map pools. Back again with his, I didn't actually see this, but I'm gonna guess it's really wiggly.
It is. Ken is very synonymous for this style. I also want to mention, half of the people that saw this were like, oh my goodness, Ken is finally here. And then the other half were like, cactus! Like me. But yeah, this style is just, it's starting to become synonymous with CWC as a whole at this point. I think this is Ken's 5th mix mod map, to an extent, if we include collabs. It's absolutely amazing to see him make a return. And his style has kind of become, I think, a bit less symmetrical overall, but we still get to see a lot of the classic Ken streams that he likes to use. Just very conjoined, you dash between them, not a whole lot of hyper dash separation. And it's just a style that so many people enjoy, and I'm happy we get to bring it back for our grand finals.
Yeah, very much so. I've always been a big fan of how Ken decides to map these kind of like low AR maps with the piano sounds. Always a big fan of, you know, the wiggles in it. I feel like it fits really well. And we've got kind of this like, are those 1/8s? What is that?
Yeah, man. They're prickly 1/8s. See what I did there? Eh?
Yeah, it's kind of like a pain in the butt, you know?
It's like a cactus!
It is like a cactus. You ever get pricked by a cactus before?
Yeah,
You know
like,
how much it hurts.
yeah, you're like, owie!
Owie! Owie! Mix Mod 1! Grand Finals!
My boss! No! Only the cactus map can do such things.
Exactly. Oh yeah, so if this wasn't mapped like Wiggles, I would probably riot. I mean, this just sounds like, you know, it sounds like a Wiggle map, Connor. Would you make a Wiggle map out of this?
Yeah. But Ken would be the best one to ever do it.
The GOAT himself. Kind of got these repetitive, like, long hyper sliders. Kind of a climax, I guess, the mega elevation of the map.
Yeah, Everest elevation, yeah.
The Everest, Everest plus K2 elevation.
Yeah, man, just watching a Roido replay every time. It's just so easy looking.
So, I know, dude, he makes it look too easy. He can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving into our Mix Mod 3.
Ooh,
Gonna be AR9.
Yeah, our middle of the road mix mod, gonna be Hypercolor mapped by Jack Frost. It's going to be like a, how do I say it? It would be similar to Ken's style, but we are gonna see a lot more like anomalies with the shapes used and a lot more hypers overall. I think that's what puts Mix Mod 3 right between the Mix Mod 1 of the kind of like 1-4 style streams, while having it be closer to like Ken's style of mixed mod, with a few tricky 1/8s here and there, like what you just saw.
Yeah, like that classic hyper wiggle, you know, the new meta pattern. But honestly, we're gonna be seeing Jack Frost come back as well. I mean, honestly, when I think of Jack Frost, I don't think of him as much of like a tech mapper, but also he just does a really good job in tech mapping. Just these low AR tech maps. I mean, we've seen it with Nomod 3 in the, I don't know if that was, I have short-term memory. Was that qualifiers? Was that round of 32 that we saw the banger from Jack Frost?
I'm gonna need more context than just the banger. But...
The Nomod 3.
Oh!
You know, it was like, din, 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 din,
Yeah. Yeah, that was round of 32. That was
okay.
Yeah, a bit more of a streamy-based section here. before getting into these adorable little wiggles that will give the Hard Rock players a very bad time.
I think all teams are going to be ready for that. I don't think it'll be that bad of a time.
That's true. This
This
is
part,
Grand
however,
Finals.
this part on Hard Rock could be a nightmare. I mean, with Hidden, it already looks like a handful. But of course, our GOAT Trigon is just taking care of it, literally just sweeping the floor with it. Makes it look like nothing. Like, who gave this guy a cookie, dude? Who gave him a cookie? Someone stop this man.
I think it was you. You've been sponsoring your local cookie store all stream. You're gonna get 20 free gift cards.
20 free Polish Big Daddy cookies to the next person who correctly guesses the tiebreaker.
Speaking of which, I know we've made a lot of jokes this stream. I know I've yelled cactus. I know there's been so many amazing moments, but there is nothing that I can say to prepare us for the spectacle that is about to commence. If you have been keeping up with Grand Finals tiebreakers, you've seen the lore, you've seen the overall design improvement that's been happening in terms of what we've been being able to have provided for us. And now it's finally Ketch's turn to have our own version. And I am ecstatic for the reveal of our Grand Finals tiebreaker.
I don't think they're ready. I don't even think they caught on. You think they caught on?
I think, there's only one way to find out.
Do you think they caught on?
No, I don't think they know, but I think you know.
You know.
Let's get
I
into
think
it.
You know too. Come on!
And there we have it. CWC 2025's Grand Finals tiebreaker. You presents us with Eternity, a absolute collab mega project in terms of the design team. We're going to have QRA making his return, as well as making the amazing platter that you saw, actually having a platter transformation as it hit the Ki, for those who noticed. We have Hero and Xionary also assisting in the illustrations. We have Alex Dunk, Bullmaster Flex, and Panthulu in the graphic design. We have Kurose, Nafi, Coppertine for the storyboard. We have Polly Terrell and Leth Lichu for the video. And we still have our design quality assurance, Saturn Illis, Bullmaster Flex, Coppertine, and The Funk, all making sure these sections were top-notch, all coordinated by the king himself, Sakura006. The map was a collaboration between Bunray, Ken, Zizix, Otto, Fanboy, and me, actually getting a part this year. Feiyu providing the hit sounds and the replay being done by QWH. This collab mega project, that's the only effective way I can describe it. We got to see our huge lore drop, all of the languages that were the one language presented to you on the screen is decodable for those who are willing to attempt to understand the lore that has been presented to you today. If you wish to learn the story of the Grand Finals tiebreaker, then you can put the work in to learn exactly what happened. As for me, I am going to set my platter as the one that QRA drew, because I think it looks amazing. And I'm so happy that we have another platter joining our collection as we move forward throughout the years. What did you think of the Grand Finals TB, Mr. Sean?
Yeah, you did most of the talking there. I'll try to kind of keep it minimal. I don't want to yap about stuff that you already said.
You're feeling that.
I don't know. Full flavor map, of course, right? This is, I don't know, absolute cinema in the chat. I also just want to say, can we give a big shout out to QW? Because I think QW played his heart out for that. He was in the map pooling chat, like, he was so disappointed in himself that he didn't play better, but honestly, I think he gave it his all. 900k on that is awesome. And I don't know, absolute cinema, dude. Like, what is there to say? There's so much that just happened. I don't know. That's kind of hit, dude. I don't know what to say.
You're okay, man. So much to
dude.
decode.
Hyper sliders, bro. Yeah, decoding. I'm not very much of I'm not the riddle man there, but someone will figure that out. I'm surprised you guys put lore into it. I don't know. That's just awesome to me, dude. It's so awesome.
Yeah, I remember.
And
yeah, we've gotten to see more lore in our Grand Finals tiebreakers. We saw it with OWC, and a lot of us catchers have been really inspired by Ludison's Grand Finals tiebreaker for 7K. And I think that was the first real one for me that had like that huge lore drop. And I was just ecstatic knowing that it would be our turn coming up soon enough.
That's awesome. I have a question for you, Mr. Connor. Is this your final commentary for CWC? Is this your final debut as the host of CWC?
Calling me dead to rights.
Will we see another Connor?
Well,
take Connor's place.
I will be stepping away as the head map pool collector. This is my final year in regards to that role. I hope to enjoy the other aspects of OSU, like mapping, rather than pooling. And I'm hoping that I'll still be around to explore such things, but I can't really speak on what regards I'll be assisting in pooling or CWC in the future. But this will be my last year and I'll be taking my step away. Because of that, I do want to give a huge thank you to everyone I've worked with this year. Our map pool selectors, Fob, Bunray, both of them stepping up in abundance to help out this year. And our test players had a huge elevation. I have to use the word, it's just the most fitting word. We had a huge elevation in our test players, being joined by Trigon, Jack Frost, Beerus, Trent, And you, Sean, coming in for our finals and grand finals, helping out. We had
That's awesome, dude.
like every single person on that staff sheet had such an impact on so much that has happened. And the level of work is unprecedented. And out of my 3 years of being here, I haven't seen it before. I think this is the year where we've had the most people work the most hard. And I love getting to see that for my final year of being head of the map pool selecting team. I'll be looking for someone to fill my role, but given how much fun I had today doing map pool showcases, I'm sure they'll find a way to rope me in for that. So I can't say this will be my last time at the desk, but I can't speak on how involved I will be.
Yeah, anyways, 07 in the chat for Connor, please. I mean, this man has done so much work behind the scenes, and I believe it's completely unpaid, just for the passion of the game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so all of it is just passion, dude.
I wasn't gonna say it, man. I wasn't gonna say it.
But it just goes to show, dude, like, you really care about the game mode, and I think you deserve respect. I mean, you've solidified yourself in the game for good with the work you've done. And Yoshi Green, never forget about Yoshi Green, of course. Like, these guys are in the back, always working hard. I think they deserve a lot of respect. I'd also like to give a big shout out to Trent as well. Trent with the play testing, the modding. I mean, he's put a lot of work in. I swear, like, he's been behind the scenes, really giving it his all. I mean, all of the play testers. I mean, we all worked kind of hard. Not as much as me. I just came in grand, but I don't know. I think everyone worked equally as hard with the modding and trying to get the scores. You know, the stress of bringing it out to you guys to enjoy. And I'm happy that it ended up, you know, working as well as it did. So thank you, all of you, for being in here and, you know, helping CTB stay afloat. I mean, you guys are what runs the community. And I don't know, this community is awesome.
Yeah, I think this year was definitely a peak year for me. I loved the originals that we got. I think they turned out phenomenally. And I want to give 2 final shout-outs. First of all, to Yoshi Green. When I first got elected this role, I knew I couldn't do it alone, and I asked him to join me, and it was the best decision I ever made. I think we just work so well together, and I would not have been able to stay afloat in this role without him. And one huge shout out to FDF for believing in me when I was an ecstatic 17-year-old wanting to get into map pooling. She gave me a shot. I remember Dave gave me the Discord invite, and I was like, guys, let's go! And then I did map pool showcases.
History, dude.
Yeah, I did map pool showcases for the next 5 years.
All documented.
Yep, it's truly amazing to be here, and I know I'll be around in some capacity. But thank you all for joining us here. I hope you enjoyed the reveal of our Grand Finals tiebreaker, and I hope just one of you in the chat spends the time decoding the lore. I hope to just check the CWC Discord and just see someone be like, yep, here are all the translations. Here's what's happening to her. You know, someone pushing up the nerd glasses and they figured it all out.
This is CWC 2025. This is the wrap everybody was looking for.
And we hope to see the Grand Finals TB played. That's always the wish.
Please.
And please. Throw if you have to.
Not after all that work, please.
Yeah. But I think that does it from us at the commentary desk. I got yelled at last time for not mentioning it. Buy banners. It's the last chance you get.
This is the last chance, yeah.
Yep.
Buy your banners.
Yep, buy your banners as
USA, Argentina, Finland, the Finland top 3. Who saw that coming, huh? Who saw that coming?
I was a believer.
This is just absolute cinema.
I was a believer in Finland. I watched them in chat type elevation every time I said it. So I believed in them for that reason alone.
That is awesome. I think that's it. I think it's a wrap, Connor.
Yeah, that's going to do it from us as the desk.
2025. Yeah.
Thank you all. It was a pleasure being your guys' head map pool selector, and I'll see y'all around.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.